Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Lysiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation. Yes indeed, as Season 4, Drums of War continues. What's going on, everyone? Welcome all. It is good to see all of you. Welcome to a Saturday night stream. It is 7:45 p.m. Eastern, and we are here with day 59 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is Stonefire Part 2. Stonefire is Part 13 of the overall campaign and is the concluding adventure of the Drums of War Season 4. 4 of this amazing, awesome level 1 to level 20 campaign. So I am excited to be with all of you, and I hope you folks are looking forward as much as I am to the session tonight as we get Eberron back on and rolling. If you haven't done so already, please, just a couple of things to help us out would be lovely. Please, first of all, follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with the !ArvTube, and if you're watching me over on YouTube, welcome, and please consider following us on YouTube, or rather subscribing to us there as well. Free for you to do, but really helps us out. !ArvTube for that. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter, !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website, arvaneleron.com for all of that. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, really the financial backbone of the channel. That really does help us out a lot, as does going to the shop, !ArvShop, where you can get stuff related to the Infinity and Beyond crew with this Eberron Oracle of War series. So please consider joining us, getting some stuff over at the shop as well. Cool swag for you and benefits to the channel. Also, by supporting the Patreon, you can get inspirations to help our players. And if you sub to the channel, you can also, if you support at a high enough tier, also get subscription. Subscription also helps you get inspirations to help our players as well, not just in this campaign, but in all the tabletop stuff that we do during the course of the month. So please consider doing that. Twitter is, I already said Twitter before. I was thinking about Twitter because I was thinking about the fact that I just broadcast that thing about the episode tonight. So yes, please consider subbing to the channel as well. On the publishing side, !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library, that's my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade, that is my Greyshade IP. Several things there. Oh my god, we got our second raid of the day. First of all, thank you, by the way, to Author Little Badger for the raid. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you, Author Little Badger. And thank you to the raid from Live Suing. Thank you so much, Live. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. The master of shorts for this channel and for our Gen GM's channel as well. So I hope you enjoyed hanging out and chatting on your stream live. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. So Greyshade, my Greyshade IP, Greyshade and Renegade, the first 2 books in the Greyshade, in the Grey Assassin trilogy are available at that link. You can also, thank you for the follow, you can also get the audiobook of Greyshade done by our very own Trent Sparks, about which more in a moment. And you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade being done by The Rising Tides by Brandon O'Brien, about whom more in a moment. That is going to be out at the end of the year, coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And you can also do the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy. You can pre-order. That is called Heretic. And that also is going to be out in just a couple of weeks, actually less than that. A week from Tuesday is the official release date, July 30th. And on July 28th, Sunday, July 28th at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, we have a special reading happening at my local independent bookstore, Black Rock Books, which is in Bridgeport, Connecticut. So I hope you will consider joining us there for that event live, and you'll be able to get copies of those books. But otherwise, you'll be able to get the books when they release on Tuesday the 30th, and you can pre-order them at that link right now. So please consider doing that with Greyshade. And last but certainly not least, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will be doing so for others in a similar situation in the future. Quick note on schedule: we have this going on tonight, Infinity and Beyond with Eberron. Then on Tuesday, we will be back with some more of the awesome Beowulf Age of Heroes with Tari Tunes, and then we'll have Ghosts of Saltmarsh, the By the Dice Roll crew. That is the last time you'll see By the Dice Roll in person, or I should say not in person, I should say online, before our in-person event, which is happening next month, August 17th, less than a month away now before we actually get to that amazing, awesome event that I'm super excited for, which is going to happen at the Omnibus Theatre in Clapham in the south of London. where we do Night at the Forbidden Library. That is going to be super cool. And yeah, I can't wait. I'm going to be talking more about some other special events happening. I've got an announcement coming up on Tuesday that I'm going to be making related to D&D stuff as well. But in any case, that's going to be happening on Tuesday. And then coming up later that week, we have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Again, as I move into the final end game stages of that game too. So going to be super cool, super excited about all of it. But right now I'm excited to continue with the session. And so I'm going to unmute myself and apologize for anyone whom I interrupted, which I think might have been John, and apologize because I couldn't hear him. But then I'm going to unmute them, and then last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the incredible and amazing Infinity and Beyond crew. They are here and prepared for whatever awaits them. I'm sure no problems will occur with anything within this campaign. There have been no twists in this campaign, no backs and forth, no highs and lows. I mean, it's been very steady and consistent. That's all right. I mean, it's all been fine. But it's good to see everybody here. And I will start as always with the gentleman at the bottom left of the ziggurat here, and that of course is one Mr. Trent Sparks, who I have not seen for several weeks actually, online or otherwise. Trent, it's good to see you, my friend. How's everything with you, and so on? And who were you playing this evening?
Better.
Okay. It was an ominous pause, like better ...
Which it's not. I guess it is implied, but anyway, whatever. Yeah, blatantly states. We'll go with that. The things were not better.
Yeah.
Before that, so
okay.
Long ago, I had eaten a Big Mac, and it. My body did not react well to it at all. And like for 3 days, I thought I was going to die.
Oh.
So I just basically swore off McDonald's food because I'm like, no, not doing that. Which,
okay.
No, but I can still eat breakfast food and it's fine. I don't know what it is. It's just stuff that's not on the breakfast menu. My body just hates it. And the other day.
That's because it's swill trend. That's why.
The other day I was craving chicken nuggets, and since there's no other fast food company that has chicken nuggets, I was forced to go to McDonald's. And so I ate the chicken nuggets and I felt fine. I'm like, the chicken nuggets, how do you screw those up? Well, apparently they did. So I spent most of the middle of the week just ping-ponging back and forth between fever and chills and nausea and headachy, and just
wow.
There was a point where if I exhaled too far, it was like Rice Krispies in my lungs. I think what is actually happening is I think I'm having an allergic reaction to something in the food.
Yes, I would say that's a pretty reasonable assumption. Yeah, there goes my McDonald's sponsorship. What a shame.
Right, yeah.
Trent was not loving it indeed.
No,
it
was not a good time for that great taste at all.
And it was, and it wasn't a great taste.
No,
it was
apparently not.
So anyway. I'm confused, Trent. Do you not have a Wendy's or a Burger King?
Yeah, when you said that, I'm like, wait, are there other?
Chicken nuggets are fairly ubiquitous.
That was sarcasm.
I see.
Too deadpan, buddy. A little too deadpan.
Chicken nuggets versus tenders. Weird.
Oh,
right?
We're all like waiting for the story to end so we can be like, all right, Trent, here's some suggestions. Like Trent's like, that's not the. I don't know.
In our defense, he never uses sarcasm. So
no, I mean really.
This is true. This
absolutely.
Is true. So
Anyway, so yeah, we've got Wendy's, Carl's Jr., which those of you back east call Hardee's, and yeah, we got plenty of other places. Could have gone anywhere for some reason.
God, no, it'll surely be better the next time around.
This could never happen twice,
right,
or 3 times. Anyway, so when I finally recovered from that, and of course before that it was just hot, here it was hot everywhere, but it was really hot here, and so I couldn't sleep, and so as soon as I stopped feeling bad, because the temperature was kind of okay at that point, and then it sort of spiked back up again. I'm like, oh, please, come on.
Wow.
I've got work to do. So I'm playing this guy whose name is Miatantin Tagashontakanath. He is a artificer, battlesmith artificer, and he's got these glowing dragon mark tattoos that subsequently glow whenever he's doing his magique. And he's got a mechanical good boy named Spanner, and he was apparently completely and utterly disinterested in all of the goings on from the last episode, because even though we were discussing it, I remember none of it. Thank you.
we will talk about that when we get there.
It won't help.
Yeah, it will.
Not if Trent has anything to say about it. No,
Trent, I'm very glad, in all seriousness, that you're feeling better. Next time you decide to take McDonald's, if you could videotape the process so that a lawsuit is next, that would be lovely. If you could just make that happen.
That won't work, because I know what it does to me, and if I willfully do it, I can't sue them.
Public.
I'm on live stream.
That's what I'm saying.
Is this live? What?
I mean, we're gonna delete this video. Everyone swears.
No, right? I mean, no, yeah, absolutely. It's just this big hole where Trent's like, so this story, and then just black screen, beep, and then it comes back. Anyway, good to see you, Trent. I'm very happy to have you here. Healthy, much feeling better. I'm glad about that. As always, a pleasure for the moment until you forget again.
Jack in the Box.
Go back to McDonald's and get something else. Yeah, exactly. If he tried something else from Mickey D's that he hasn't tried, it could work. Yeah, see, that's what I'm. See, yeah,
I'm assuming that's what he thought the nuggets were, but
that's the theory.
Rookie mistake.
Always a pleasure to have Trent with us. Also a pleasure to have Marie Villado with us. Who this doesn't happen to Marie. For those of you who are new to the stream and new to this thing, all that Marie does is give us all the delicious foods that Marie ever has, which never involve McDonald's, because Marie has her own personal built-in badass baker, and I would like to trademark built-in badass baker, please. That honestly, and so Marie's always just like, well, here's the following delicious foods that I had. So that, I assume, is what we're going to get from Marie, is some awesome new food item that we had. Beyond that, how are you, Marie? What is your new food item you want to discuss that was delicious this time, and who are you playing this week?
I'm well, thank you. Although right now I feel predictable, and so instead of telling you about the delicious cinnamon bread from this morning,
God damn it,
nor the zucchini bread, I am or the raspberry muffins, I'm just gonna move right on and tell.
I swear to God, God.
Instead of telling you about that, so that I don't become predictable, I'm going to tell a story in the vein of Trent's story.
Great, food poisoning all around. This is delightful.
Does it involve chicken nuggets or McDonald's?
Wait, no spoilers.
Okay.
So I went to get my mother this week because I hadn't seen her in 2 weeks, because I was at a writing retreat last week. And she's in a nursing home. She has dementia, for those of you who don't know. And so I walk into the nursing home, and her room's like way at the end on the first floor, way at the end of the hall. So I go get her, and she was sleeping when I got there, but that's not unusual. And then I'm like, oh, Mom, do you want to go out? And she's like, yes, let's go out. I'm like, great, let's go for lunch. She's like, okay. So she puts in her teeth. Then she makes this noise, and I'm like, what's that noise? And she's like, oh, it's just because I put my teeth in. I'm like, do you need to have your teeth in? She's like, yeah, we're okay. I'm like, okay, we're okay. So then we head off, and then the nurse says, have fun. And everybody's like, have fun. Like the nurse, the person at the front desk, they're like, a lot of people saw me take my mother out. I had stopped to get her pills with a lot of people. Anyways, off we go. We get in the car. I start driving. We're not going far. She makes another noise. And I'm like, do you want to take your teeth out? Because I swear I don't want to have to detail my car today, and you're making a lot of weird noises. And I'm like, she's like, no, okay, I'll take my teeth out, and puts them in her pocket. We're very laissez-faire. Then we keep driving. We go to a chicken place, as it were, Saint-Hubert, which is like a Swiss chalet in Quebec. So we go to Saint-Hubert, and my mom sits down and she goes, I just want a soup. I'm like, okay, let's just have a soup. So we just have a soup. She makes another noise. I'm like, I swear, if you get us banned from one of 2 restaurants you still like going to, I'm out. Anyways, then I managed to get her back to the nursing home. And as I'm arriving, I'm, walking her back to the door of the nursing home, there's this big sign, lockdown, floors 1 and 4. She's on floor 1 for a stomach flu outbreak.
Oh, no.
There was a reason she didn't see the sign when she walked in.
There is, yeah. I didn't see it when I walked in because there was construction, and construction workers were going back and forth. Nobody tried to stop me from taking her out. But anyways, so I don't think I have the stomach flu.
Oh, I honestly, I had no idea if you were gonna be like lockdown, patient illegally removed from facility. Like they're even like someone took Marie's mom, and it's all like I was like, what?
I'll just quietly open the door, push her in, and lock the door.
And the sound is the beeper of her locator being like bing, bing, because it's not actually. It's like.
Marie's mouth's been low jacked.
I thought you were going to say that she accidentally took someone else's teeth and she kept trying to get them.
No, I thought the locators would be in the teeth. I was like, I don't know what.
Thankfully, the teeth have still been like, we don't have issues with knowing whose teeth is whose. And
wow,
I would hope not.
She has like 20 different boyfriends there, so like I don't know, things might happen with the teeth, and I'm not questioning it. She's 78 years old, right? Like live a good life, mother. Like with the time you have left, enjoy. So yeah, she's also Quebecoise, you know. I feel I should say something. But yeah, anyways, sure. So that's my story. So that's what you get instead of the lovely story about the cinnamon, the perfect cinnamon swirl in the middle of the loaf of bread when we cut it this morning, nor the tantalizing aroma of it as it toasted in our toaster.
Really glad my housemate can't hear that.
Do you want me to go on about the raspberry muffins? Because you made
no, I don't actually.
Our why did Mermaid get critically hit for the 10th consecutive time? I don't know. It's just happened.
Bad dice rolls. That's the luck of the die.
Is that why you tried to throw me off an airship the other time? Is that what this is about?
No. Actually, the truth is, if I'm really playing this right, I want to be super nice, so I can just be like, oh, I brought you, because we're going to be seeing each other in a couple of weeks, and I just be like, I just happen to bring you some cinnamon bread across the border, and I just happen to have.
I hear a hint. Like, boy, do I hear a hint.
Okay, it's funny because Carrie was joking earlier because she's like, I'll see you at 1 a.m. I'm like, no, Greg says we're going to finish at 11. And she goes, I swear, if he says that, I'm going to hop on screen and I'm going to go, Greg, you finish at 11 or no cake for you. No, I'm kidding. Not that she wants you to finish at 11, but every time you say we're just going to be another half hour, then we're another like hour and a half, which I love.
The problem, yeah.
Don't stop.
The problem is we have to close down quickly. Listen, if you all were just, much like worse at your role play and just like
okay
no yeah
okay
no.
Yeah, we'll
we
stop
can turn that down.
play.
We can turn that down.
We could
I walk 10
but yeah, no, as a joke, because she would make you all cake because I say very nice things about all of you.
Oh well, that's
and
very
she
cool.
knows all of your preferences according to your reactions as well.
I see.
So
all right,
yes,
all right,
thank you. I will play
yes, tell us who you are as I live in hope of cinnamon bread without raisins.
No raisins. We don't believe in raisins. I'm Miremi Hawksmore. I'm a College of Sword bard. I am very excited to play tonight, and I'm also a Kalishtar, so I'm telepathic, so I can like talk about bread and cinnamon bread to all the players in the backhand during the game. And I am sister to Jen's character, and we're gonna have a good time tonight, and with no dying. Yay!
I am excited. Die rolling maybe, but not hopefully not dying. I would hope not. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Also, always a pleasure to have Brandon O'Brien with us. Brandon, it's good to see you. How is life with you? I'm sure that you heard things like "It's been hot here," and you sort of cried in Trini. Is that true? Has it been super hot? Has it been not too bad? How's the weather been in your neck of the woods once the storms passed? And who are you playing tonight?
I am grateful to say that Hurricane Beryl did not hit Trinidad and Tobago. I am still here. Although everyone that I care about is still here.
And boom! Away goes Jen.
I was going to say, did not hit Trinidad. Jen's like,
wow!
like, wow.
Swept away.
I know the pictures are off. Sorry, chat. I'm sure Jen's going to be back in a second. I apologize.
Jen is like, I took that personally.
Exactly.
Wow.
Here, take this.
So yeah, weather-wise, when it is not very hot, it is very rainy. But that's better than being hit by a hurricane. This is my reminder to everybody who has ever vacationed in the Caribbean or looked at a photo of somewhere in the Caribbean and said, that looks cool. Please donate where you can to help the people who have been affected. Lots of islands further west of me have actually been severely damaged. And could do with your help. Lots of territories in the US as well. Obviously, I know Houston, Texas has been hit very hard. So please, if you can, do what you can. I have no food stories to tell. I I don't know. KFC has spicy chicken nuggets, and I have no idea what they taste like because I haven't had any yet. I don't like food has not tried to kill me the last 5 weeks.
Yes.
Work has.
Boring.
As Greg knows, I am presently very, very hard at work on Grey Shade. I am very excited for some of the new stuff that I had in mind. Suffice it to say that a couple of days ago in the process of writing, I was like, this would also be neat. And now I'm doing that thing as well, and that's part of why Greg hasn't actually seen anything yet. But very soon, you all will see things. And if you're going to be at Gen Con, you may maybe be lucky enough to pull me aside and actually get me to run a game of the thing. So long as my calendar is not very busy. Turns out I'm doing a lot of things at Gen Con. But yeah, hi, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and tonight I will be playing Rowan Shallow, an idiot with a gun.
Is that the new subtitle? Rowan Shallow, idiot with gun.
Well, idiot with magic and a gun. Let's not forget the magic part.
That's true.
Fair, true.
He's a well-rounded idiot.
And I would also like to point out that I am fairly confident that everything that happened before what's happening tonight in this session, I was either not here for or Rowan was unconscious the entire time because I recall nothing. That's how long we haven't played. I thought we were still on the airship.
Wow.
And then I was like, all right, yeah, a thing happened. That's how long we haven't played. So yeah.
It's true. It has been about a month.
Everything is going to be new in my brain.
Yep. No, I'm glad that we're going to have our recap. I'm excited to remind everybody about where the hell everybody was. But yes, I'm super excited about Grey Shade. The stuff that I had already seen is very exciting, and it's going to be awesome. And so, yes, if you were seeing this and you're like, I might be, and you're going to be at Gen Con, and you're like, I might be interested to find out more about Grey Shade, come track us down, and we will be happy to talk about it, and perhaps maybe even perhaps get you involved in perhaps a little game of it, but we'll see. Always a pleasure, Brandon. Also always a pleasure to have Jennifer Brozek with us, especially a pleasure to have Jennifer back with us because, and I don't know if you noticed this, Jen, but you actually cut out of Zoom immediately after Brandon talked about how, fortunately, Trinidad was not affected by Hurricane Beryl. You were like, go to hell. Well, it hit me, all right? So
I paid that hurricane good money to get you.
Exactly. God damn it. So welcome back. How are you, Jen? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing tonight?
Well, it has been a very, very eventful 5 weeks. I did Origins. I came home with COVID. I got over COVID pretty quickly. My husband, on the other hand, caught COVID, rebounded, and we basically lived apart in the house for 3 full weeks.
Oh.
Like we basically lived like roommates who hated each other.
Oh.
And when we met on the middle floor, we masked. And we have all the filters and everything. And he's fine now, but his asthma is kind of, So if you're going to be at Gen Con, I will be masked and my husband will be masked because that was a terrible 3 weeks. Also, in the meantime, my brand new website is up. It's very, very pretty. It was done by Create Me. Caro is terrifyingly efficient and competent. And I was nominated for 2 Scribe Awards.
Yay.
One was for my Valdemar short story, which I'm particularly pleased with because it's been a donkey's age since I've had a short story nominated for an award. And then I was also nominated for the best young adult for Shadowrun the Mosaic auditions.
Very cool. Congratulations on both fronts.
Did Tren remember to say something about his
Fundraiser?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute.
I posted.
No,
the
I
link
did.
in chat.
No, not online. Not in public. You didn't.
I posted the link in Twitch chat.
You did?
Well, remember apparently my Zoom disliked me a lot today, so it just booted me. I'm sure there was something else. Oh, I signed I'm signing another anthology contract for a completely different company. It's not like I'm busy enough. Oh, and for those of you who are interested, I will be having an open call soon. So follow my social media. And you will hear about it at Gen Con if you were there.
And your recent novel that published recently?
The Mosaic Run, which is the sequel to the one that's up for the award. Just
There you
came
go.
out. God, it's been a very, very eventful, and it's been freaking hot here in Seattle. We are not built, just like we are not built for snow because of all the hills and the windy. We are not built for 90+ degree heat, and we have hit the record of more than 16 or 17 days in a row over 80 degrees.
Yeah, not even a lot of air conditioners out in the Pacific Northwest that way.
There's not.
There's more than there used to be, but you know.
Yeah. So it's very, for those of you who are the Europeans, inside my house right now, for me, it's about 23, 24. Outside, it's about 33, 34.
Which works out to 650 degrees Fahrenheit by my quick
It's a
math.
lot. It's a lot. But yes, so we got over the illness. We had a whole bunch of things happen. Oh, and we got a catio. We had a catio built.
Oh, what my mother-in-law has been doing the hard sell on the. You know what we need is a catio. I'm like, you know what we need is money to afford a catio.
There was that. It was up for our 16th wedding anniversary, and of course, since it's outside, we didn't have to worry about that. But they were apparently had just gotten over COVID, so they were all masking too.
Okay.
So, but we had a custom catio built that's 8x10, and we have
Nice
stuff everywhere. And if you want to see some of the pictures, Instagram Jennifer_Brozek, or some on Blue Sky. But I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, the dragon marked halfling healer from the House of Healing. And she is dealing with the fact that we're in a theocracy that is not dedicated to her specific faith by all things serve Eberron, whether they know it or not.
Yes, I'm excited, and we're about to have a interesting discussion with said religion in just a moment. But always a pleasure to have Jen with us, and also a pleasure to have. And I'm just thinking about it that again, I'm going to see 4 of these people, and still not Tren, still have not met Tren in person, still has not occurred. But I'm going to see all these people at Gen Con, so I have to get Tren out there somehow.
Next year in Seattle.
Yeah, that true. Anyway, I will figure out a way. We got to make it happen. But always a pleasure to have Jen with us. Also a pleasure to have John Helfers with us. And John, it is good to see you. I hope all is well. I don't know if it's 650 degrees Fahrenheit in Green Bay, but I thought I would.
So weirdly, no, it's actually been a ridiculously pleasant July, like high 70s, low 80s.
Oh, nice.
So we still have the air on because we got a new system, and boy, is it efficient. So, no, so I'll keep this quick, but I have 2, because all the other food stories were, well, Murray's wasn't even a food story. I have 2 food stories really quickly. But one involves the origins, which is even funnier. So the last time I had a Big Mac, just to circle all the way back to trends, I swear I could not tell the difference between the bun and the burger. It all tasted the same. And I'm like, well, that's it for me. And that was like 8 years ago, or maybe even 10 years ago by now. I'm
okay.
Like, nope. But still love the McGriddle. It's the only thing I'll get from McDonald's is the McGriddle. Pancake sandwich, come on, there's no going back there. So anyways, the other food one, which is more fun. So at Origins, we had to do some jury rigging because our shelving didn't arrive for the booth for Catalyst. And so Jason Hardy and his son Finn, who I likened to as a golden retriever in human form, and I went out to get shelves. And we went to the Lowe's and they didn't have anything. And I'm like, where's the nearest IKEA? Because when we were in Dragon Con last year, we got some great shelves at IKEA. And so it's 10 miles away. Great. And we're walking out to the car. And Finn says to his dad, well, Dad, you know what this means? And immediately Jason's like, no meatballs. Because, of course,
sweet. Oh, those are the best. Sign me up. Yeah.
So there was a pregnant pause for a second. And I looked at Jason, I looked at Finn. And I've traveled with Finn. He and I have traveled on trips to other conventions. I'm like, well, Jason, it was 11:30, by the way. I was saying, Jason, I'm sorry, but you're outvoted. So we went to IKEA. We found the shelves. We had meatballs, which I had not had in like a decade. They were delicious. And all was right with the world. So it was just kind of hilarious. And then we got our shelves and put the shelves back up. And I'm like, yeah, we're definitely having meatballs. We're going to IKEA. There's no way that's not happening.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. But then you had to walk back through IKEA through the 65 mazes.
Oh, God.
The place, the
We only got lost
the world
twice,
of
and it
plates,
was only
the lost
minorly
jungle
lost.
of tablecloths and all that.
Yep. But we got the great shelves. They worked out perfectly. We were able to donate them to a game store afterwards. Everyone was happy.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a good time. And yes, now Gen Con is coming up in a week and a half. So all of us but Trent are going to be there. So I thought Marie, you're coming down for Gen Con.
Marie is the Gen Con Writers Symposium communications head, so
she kind of has to
Of
be.
course, she's not going to be there.
Awesome.
So obviously she's
Marie
communicated to us to go jump in a lake. No, she's gonna be there.
With bread.
Barring me getting the
cinnamon
stomach
bread.
flu.
That's true,
Don't
actually. Yeah.
joke about it.
Yeah, seriously. No, my
I gotta
God.
go.
It's true. Okay, awesome. This is great. All right,
I've got
good. I
some
didn't
stuff
think
for
I would
her.
see you this year, so that's fantastic. That's really good. Real quick, I'm playing Alarian, the Starforged, Aegis, Total Kit Bashed, D&D, D20 RPG fantasy kits that Arvis graciously allowed me to play and having so much fun with. And yes, much like Trend and Rowan, Brendan, I also apparently was not paying much attention to what the hell's going on because I had to be reminded yesterday, like, what are we doing? Where are we? Who are we talking to? So
maybe it was
it's
just the
been a
ladies
thing.
went to talk to them.
I
and
guess.
we just
I
weren't
guess.
there.
You're all just
I
sort of staring at
remember,
each
Craig.
other.
I remember.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody remembers this deeply compelling story that
That's
you're all
why they're
writing,
on top of them.
that you're all doing.
I
Can I
remembered
get
it. But you have to remember, I mean, I'm running on a stack of one right now after COVID.
Yeah.
So it's like I can do one thing at a time or nothing else gets done. I used to be able to do one thing and then I spin or two or three things up and then I would jump to one to the next. No, I can't do that right now.
No, I hear you, and no, it's totally fine. Part of it is that we normally we play twice a month, and we haven't been able to do that this time. We were only able to play once, and I'm afraid August is going to be very similar to that because there's so much travel going on. But once we get to September, things are going to settle back in. And I do, we have been obviously playing this campaign for quite a while, but I'd also like to point out that we have gone from level 1 all the way to level 13 in that time. So we have made some pretty serious progress, and we're heading up to some heady stuff. It's funny, I was thinking about this the other day. You are all now literally in the part of D&D that they talk about where it's like, you are beginning to determine the fate of nations. And I'm like, that's pretty much where we've arrived. As you're now the peace emissaries, as it were, coming from Brayland. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in our last session then, because I do remember it. And let me play a little bit of music here, and let's get this rolling. So in our last session, the King's Citadel came to the nation of Thrain. Now, one of the reasons that Thrain has become a serious issue is because Thrain and Brayland have been on the brink of war. And as everybody here knows, there's a reason that the last war is done in all caps. It's like in our world when we called it first the Great War, not World War I, because nobody wanted a second one or got a second one. And if we ever have World War III, we're in big trouble. So that was the deal, right? This is called the last war, and hopefully not just the last one we had, but the last one ever. At least that would be the hope. So the nations are poised on a razor's edge, on a knife's edge, really, in terms of that war. And the King's Citadel has been attempting to deal with numerous threats in that line. The first, of course, is the threat of the Emerald Claw, a necromantic organization that has been responsible, really a terrorist organization that has been responsible for sowing seeds of doubt and distrust so that they can build their own power, whether it is Arulin Karnak, the salvage broker who actually was a secret agent for the Emerald Claw, or whether it was the person who they found, Widmund, who just happened to be a vampire leading a sect of the Emerald Claw. The Emerald Claw has been a big problem and obviously operates in part out of Thrain, although not with Thrain's blessing or not, knowledge maybe, but definitely not their blessing anymore. And so the party has got that to deal with. But of course, that's not all. There is naturally the Lord of Blades, which dealt the party a stunning defeat, even though the party was able to survive, the most important thing. But the party is still dealing with the aftermath of the Lord of of Blades. And, of course, perhaps the biggest threat, the X factor in all of this, the Oracle of War, the magical device that has the power to change the balance of combat in any adventure, in any encounter, and can do so, literally can change the fate of nations on the battlefield and thus change the fate of nations overall. And so the party has combined all those elements that I mentioned and has come to the Grand Citadel, the home of the Keeper of the Flame, the titular head, I should say the titular, the flame, it's because it's the Grand Citadel of the Flame, so technically titular, but anyway, the head of the Silver Flame, which is a religious order, and Thrain itself has become a theocracy, in an attempt to try to make peace between Thrain and Brayland, and to focus attention on the actual threats, definitely the Emerald Claw, and secondly, the Lord of Blades, two major threats that exist, and it brought the Oracle of War as a part of that process. The party got there after almost being assassinated en route, by the way, but managed to survive the eventual journey there, and has now arrived at the Grand Citadel and has met with several individuals as they have entered the Citadel. I should mention that just before that happened, however, some of them had discussions with several other characters. For example, several houses, like the House of Shadow. Tanith de Fjarlin had a discussion with our very own Rowan Shallow about what is going to happen next, and whether or not Rowan is able to head off the question of war with the rest of the King's Citadel, because there's only one way that the party could have been targeted for assassination, and that is if there is a traitor somewhere in the ranks of the King's Citadel's support structure that is around them. Who could that traitor be, one might ask? Rowan, in part, is concerned about that because Tanith de Fjarlin is concerned about that. Then we have, of course, House Jarasco. The fact that we have one of the Jarascos from the House Jarasco, who was killed during a previous recent adventure, had to be killed because there was danger that they were going to reveal a great deal of House Jarasco's secrets. That was something Nisiana had been tasked with. Merime carried it out, and then we discovered that the head of House Jarasco, who was there, it turned out that it was her daughter that had been killed in the process. So that was a lovely discovery. And then we have the fact that Merime herself, whose visions have become increasingly disturbing and more powerful, and have in some ways made her question herself part of her Kalashtar heritage. Does she want to live back in the world of dreams, or, as she had originally done, does she wish to stay more grounded and not be sort of dragged back into that structure? And of course we have Miatantin de Cannith of the House Cannith, who is responsible for building a number of the technological devices that the party has found, and has also been given some, in the not too distant past, disturbing reminders or visions of the loss of Seer, something which has been devastating for him. Perhaps the only one who hasn't gone through any of this sort of stuff directly is Ilarion, except Ilarion himself, as a Starforged, has come of interest to a number of people, partly because of his unusual status as being different even from the Warforged, but also partly because Ilarion, no matter how strong the armor and no matter how strong the desire to protect their companions, is also ultimately subject to some of the same whims that the King's Citadel is, the same whims of fate and fortune. And so the King's Citadel must cleave to each other, as they have done successfully to this point, but have not, and have been able to do so far, and yet storm clouds are on the horizon. So with that backdrop, the party arrived at the Grand Citadel and had a chance to speak to, first of all, Torazun Johira, who was, I don't know if I have this picture. Okay, let me go over to the map here. Right.
Let's go to the map.
Let's go to the map. Torazun Johira, who is a member of the Council of Cardinals and was the first person to greet the party when they arrived, was, I think it's fair to say, not the most pleasant welcoming committee that the party has ever encountered, but was in fact somewhat suspicious, and was unsure whether wanted to sort of introduce the party directly to the Keeper of the Flame, because again, again of doubts, of uncertainties, and the tensions that are evident to the party, to the King's Citadel, even as they were flying in on the airship. The fact that they could see all of these people around preparing for war indicates that tensions are very high. So they had a chance to meet him. Then they had a chance to meet, towards the very end of our session, Jayla Duran, who is a young girl, dark skin, black hair, cut short above the neck of plain black and gray robes, in bare feet, who delivered a warm smile to the party and said, "Thank you for coming. I've been awaiting your arrival. We have much to discuss." And it is Jayla Duran, the leader, the keeper of the flame, the leader of Thrain, who is the one that the party has been sent to speak to. And so it is right there where we ended our session, and is here where we will pick it up. And I will begin with that, with Jayla Duran standing next to several of her guards, and the aforementioned Torres and Johira, who continues to look suspicious. And Jayla Duran says, "I know that your journey has been a long one, and I understand it has not been without incident. I'm curious if you could explain what it is that happened to you on the way. It might be of some value for our own discussion." Now again, this person, this young girl, looks to be maybe 11 or 12, and yet speaks with a kind of diction and maturity very much belied by her evident young years. This is someone who must have been leading for some time, or at least has been trained and raised to lead in this way, because she seems as calm as any adult, leader of people that you've encountered so far. What would the party like to do? That looks like the send Spanner to attack. I was like, I don't know. What is it?
No. What is in Jansen's head at this point? As soon as she asked, tell us what happened, his immediate reaction, see how young she is trying to make it simple enough for a kid to understand. And so he's thinking, boom.
Oh my God.
Oh, no.
And that's his description.
Shadow puppets.
Have you seen the movie Iron Man 3?
Sometimes there are bad people, and when bad people... Okay.
So, Nisiana basically just, she looks around and she's like, "Is this a comfortable enough place for us to have this discussion?"
She says, "It is perhaps one of our most sacred places, and thus is a place that is largely protected. Perhaps we could go to a smaller room, but at least here we are confident of our own ground. My security here," and she looks at both of the guards, and these ones are dressed, I should say, accompanied with heavily armed escorts. So these are several helmeted, full plate armor, dramatic looking cape in the back with two badass greatswords. This is where, if anyone in chat has played Dark Souls, there is a city, and I can't remember the name of it, Caerlondo, where there's a cathedral where there are some badass looking paladin style guards. Those are the ones that are with her, and of course you can't see their faces because their helmets are their helmets with the faceplate is down, right, covering them. And so she looks at both of them and she says, "My security suggested that it would be easiest for us to have this discussion here. And indeed, there were several in my council," and her eyes kind of flicker over to Torazun, "who doubted whether this was even the wisest of decisions. And yet we must seek peace if we can. War would be beyond devastating. So I believe, yes, this is a place of relative security, if you are comfortable speaking here."
So this is Jen missing. Are we sitting around a table? Are we all just sort of standing in the middle of the room?
You are standing in the middle of a room, and in fact, let me see if I can...
Okay.
Give me a second if I can
show you. As soon as she said this is the most secure, Tangent just shook his head.
That was also a thought, but you know what? I'm not gonna.
Are you gonna do a whole? No, it isn't.
Nope.
No, it isn't that. It's that what Nisiana asked was, "Is this place comfortable?" And she said it's our most secure. And Tandon is like, that is not what she
Yeah,
asked.
yeah.
You know?
No, it's true. That's what she answered, though.
Yeah. And
So-
and that's fine. She'll say if you are comfortable with that, then the short version is on our journey here, we were attacked. Our ship was blown up. We rescued as many people as possible on the way down. We went to the college, the magical college that Jen can't remember because it's been too long, but Nisiana remembers. And while we were there, we were attacked by the Eternal Council, a member of the Eternal Council.
Hagwards, I'm sure is what it's called.
Arcanix, I think, is what you're looking for.
So
Arcanix.
Yes, that's right. And I believe, yeah, from the members of the Undying Court. Yes.
Undying Court.
Yep.
And then we came here. That is the short version of it.
Not forget that we terminated the member of the Undying Court.
You know what? We were attacked by them. It's the fact that we've been attacked twice on a diplomatic mission that was supposed to be secure.
And so when you say the thing about the Undying Court, I'm going to bring the party over to our map here.
Let's go to the map.
Let's go to the map.
Go to the stream.
Okay.
We're gonna
no,
have
this is in
lecture.
Roll20 actually. So yes. So she is standing here, and actually, why are my
Didn't she
tokens?
ask if we were willing to have this conversation under a truth thing, or was that somebody else?
I don't believe she's mentioned that
She has not
last
said
time
that.
or this time. Yeah, I think
Okay.
we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Okay. So I'm going to bring up a couple of people here. So bear with me just 1 second. All right. Where's my thing?
I don't know, Arv. Where is it?
Here we go. Yes. All right. Two bag. All right.
Just right, thank you. Nope, it's all good.
There we
Okay.
go. There we go. Yeah. Alarian's
Stomp. Oh,
might
I don't stop. I don't
destroys
stop.
all the
Damn it.
pews. Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Okay. And let's see. I actually want.
Deny us
I
our
want.
huge size.
Okay, I want that.
Yes. Tandon just amuses himself by continuously casting enlarge on the Larian.
I thought you said you didn't have that spell.
I don't yet, but
When did you get it, sir?
I was-
Actually, seriously, would you pick that up at some point soon?
probably. Yeah.
It would be great.
It will come in very handy.
I'm
Very, very handy.
I was. I thought you were going to be. Okay, that looks. Hold on a second. No. There we go. Perfect. I thought when you said that, I immediately started thinking of the one that I thought was the silliest super friend, for those of you who know, and it was Apache Chief, whose only ability was to grow larger by saying the words Inuk Chuck, and would get larger, and that was literally all that he did. Like, I don't actually think he even had proportional strength for it. He just got bigger, and at one point, there's one storyline where he gets like as big as the planet, which is like cool, but also that's it.
Huh?
Like, I don't know. It was a very, and I don't know why Apache Chief. I don't know. It was strange times in the 80s. These cartoons, strange times. Okay. Right. Okay. So there we go. I've now brought them to a somewhat more reasonable place, I think. Now you folks can position yourself where you want. So, here we have those. Oh, and sorry, I do need to bring our good friend Torazun in. We can't have that, right?
I think you've also forgotten one of our party here, buddy. Or that party member has deigned not to show up here either.
Oh,
Random.
yes. Rowan, I believe, has not appeared yet.
not appearing in this cathedral.
So not appearing in this adventure.
He better be appearing in this adventure.
Brandon, are you bringing Rowan on board here?
Roll call, sir. Let's go.
Oh ho! I keep forgetting I'm supposed to do that.
You would help. Mainly
I
because then
mean,
Arb doesn't have to
you
give
know.
you control over the thing.
There we go. All right. Rowan strides across the pews
right.
majestically. Okay, there we go. Now you can do what you need. Excellent. Okay. So, so this is what you're looking at again, the inside of this extremely impressive looking sanctuary at the heart of the Grand Cathedral. And I should mention, in case people are curious, so the main hall, which is where you are now, is 60 feet high. And there are the walls and floors are basically combinations of marble and white stone. Extremely beautiful, extremely expensive, and very difficult to have put together. There are heavy wood doors that you can see sort of separating some of the areas. And there is this silver flame in front of which the 4 individuals you see in front of you are standing, that is shedding bright light through the main hall. And there is this, it's a column basically of silvery fire. And as they're sort of standing here, looking at you, they are sort of examining the sort of, they seem to be kind of sorting you out, I guess, trying to measure who you are and measure your worth and so on. Especially Torazun, who continues to look at you somewhat suspiciously. As you're doing this, though, the thing that I want to note here is that you can tell that there's this sort of, I guess the way that I would describe it is, I mentioned the tension that was there. Even this particular room, even this space where you are, which seems to be this, in some ways, wonderfully peaceful and serene place. But even here, it seems, the sort of peaceful and serene environment is somewhat belied by the sense of just, you can hear the sound of armored feet tramping outside, for example. At times you can see the flicker of what looks like a white torch being lit through the windows and then handed to someone, and you see a number of these torches being handed out. They don't all look specific, like, all right, everybody get your stuff together and invade the hall. But the point is, like, they're clearly getting ready for something. And after a minute or so, after she hears all of this, when you mentioned the Undying Court in particular, Jayla grows very, very serious, even more serious than before, and she says, "That is grave news, as is the fact that you were forced to kill one of them. Do you know the name of the one it was that you were forced to eliminate?"
We do, but I don't remember it, so.
We have this.
Did I write it down? No. Oh, wait. No, I didn't.
You do know this, don't you? You're not. I can actually tell you if you need me to tell you.
We don't kill people who we know their names.
It was Emerald Long Arrow.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah, exactly. That was good. Yeah, Emerald. Immeral was the person.
Good, decent chef.
E-R-A-L, Long Arrow.
Yeah,
And
he was like wham, and then he died. That was.
And he was an undead elven paladin.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Thank you.
And so yeah, so that's it. So she says, what was the name of this person? So do you respond with the name? I mean,
we tell the name because why not? Yes. There's no reason not to.
Okay. And she, when she hears it, like, you can see her face pales a little bit, and she says, "Perhaps we should find a place slightly more," and she kind of looks around, "slightly less open. I would ask that, please follow me." This is the first time that she's looked a little troubled since meeting you. And with her guards behind her. And I should have mentioned as well that Torazun has rather more of a strong reaction to that. Like, not a angry one, but sort of a, like, kind of like literally looks over at Jayla and is kind of this like,
I think we can see kind of taken aback.
Yes, I'd say that's the universal language, and I apologize for the language here. The "oh shit" response is probably what this is.
Okay.
And so
Right.
they then head down this way, assuming you all are willing to follow
Yep.
down that way.
Maybe. No. Yes. Yes. We are.
Okay.
Wait.
So
Wait
down
up,
here,
Wait up.
and I'll show you where it is. It's okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
And brings you in here.
What? The Echoing Amphitheater is not a good place to discuss top secret things? What? Really?
Well. I. Okay. All right. So
Surely, no one can hear here.
the secret is. Okay. So let's see. I think that's right. Again, shout outs to these extra battle maps, which don't actually come with the original. These were made by a third party, and I really like them.
Very nice.
Okay.
Very nice.
So she brings you in here, which looks like sort of, I guess the way I would describe it is she looks sort of like a study right there. And so she enters.
Not to be one of those people, but I'm just curious as to where the entrance to this place is, because, like, is this a curtain, this thing?
Yeah, it's that part's a little unclear.
Just a smidge.
It's true.
It's
Let
funny.
me show you exactly what it is, just because I'm not trying to be coy. She actually has to lead you around a little bit to get to this spot. So,
Right.
because the one entrance, and it's actually it's interesting because you can see why she would have said this hall was defensible, because the way that she actually leads you in here is, so out the front door, and then through the doors on the side of the building here, up
Wow.
the stairs to come here. So
Which
it's
is
like
a great choke point, absolutely.
yeah,
yes.
exactly. Like
Yeah.
it seems like a place that's quite defensible. Not to mention, as I said,
Okay.
very strong marble and all that. And inside this room, I should say, in case you're curious, hallway. The ceiling is only 15 feet high, and this is sort of 15 feet high here. Again. Sort of like well-appointed type of place. It is kind of it's a, I shouldn't say well-appointed. Like the high quality, it's not like rich velvet and everything, but everything that they have there seems to be of equally good, strong quality, good, thick, high durability wood. Yes, there are, as you can see, cushioned chairs, but they look like very durable, you know what I mean? It doesn't look like it's more luxury as much as it is long time. It lasts a long time, and you know, that's what it's there for. So she comes in, and she motions to her guards, and the guards kind of go to here and then to here, and then Torazun sort of steps over by the window. And she stands here and she says, please feel free to sit if you wish. And there are, as you can see, there are two sort of chairs near this table. Some of you could sit, some of you could all remain standing if you wish. It's sort of up to you. She's sort of giving you the option to do, you know, whatever you want to do in terms of sitting, standing, up to you.
I'm going to do what she does. So I will, if she remains standing, I will remain.
Remain where? Sorry?
I will remain. I'm not encroaching on her, but
Okay, got it.
basically, I am staying. As she stands, I will remain standing. If she finds a seat, I will find a seat. But basically, since I'm the one who opened my mouth, I'm going to continue being the mouth person until one of my people taps me in the mind and says, "Let me take over."
Okay. Good. I'm glad, Tim, you like the map. Yeah, I find it useful for something like this. Are the rest of you standing?
I am positioned where I wish to be right now.
Okay. All right.
I'm sticking kind of close to my sister, mostly because she got really whammied by a lot of people lately, so she's a little bit protective.
Mm-hmm. I can totally understand that.
Once
Tanton.
we're inside-
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, Jen.
I was just going to say, once we're inside the room, I will say, I take it you know who this person is? Who this member of the Eternal Court was?
And she nods. Yeah, just quickly, Tanton, you're going by the window. Are you just looking out at the preparations?
No,
here? Or
no. They go over. Canton and Spanner go over there, and basically he, gives Spanner command. The Spanner just rears up and puts his paws on the window, so that all the light streaming in will illuminate his undercarriage, and Tanton basically sits underneath him, pulls out a bunch of tools, and starts working on Spanner with all the light he's got.
So Torzen is kind of like, but says nothing. And then Rowan, and then I want to make one note about the outside. This thing here that you talked about as being a curtain. I want to explain that in a moment. But Rowan, what are you doing?
I'm gonna stand by the door, and I immediately want to inspect this room. Like, I just want to get like a cursory glance of what is present in the room.
Sounds good. Can you give me a sense of when you say inspect it? Are you looking for like decoration features, or like focusing on windows or doors? Like what exactly are you looking for with that?
I'm trying to see, how do I describe this? I'm trying to see if there's anything suspicious in this room.
I see. All right, let's have you make a perception check for me, please. While Rowan is doing that, I will note that this out here is actually a railing. So this looks down on the hall below. Again, strong stone not columns, but basically balustrades. Yeah, and a banister, right? Like that kind of thing there. This is obviously solid and blocked off, but this is all open to the hall below.
That's really weird.
Right?
What is?
Just having that alcove at the end of the hall.
Yes.
With nothing in it. That is just weird.
Yeah. Fair.
Sorry, carry on.
Yep. No, that's fine. And it is it is blocked off from the rest of the room. I guess theoretically I didn't have to show you that. But you would have been able to sort of peek around the corner. There doesn't seem to be anything there, but it is very clearly, these are 5-foot squares. So very clearly this is like 15 feet by 10 feet or so of just blocked off hallway. So for whatever that's worth. Okay. And
I got a 15.
15. No, I wouldn't say that you find anything particularly suspicious, Rowan. It is reasonable to say, though, you can see, I love the little shadows down here, like that you can see of the light cast on the ground. And so you can see that the windows themselves are arched. They're not stained glass, but it is worked glass with worked like ironwork, in between the panes. And you can see one note, one piece of important information. The windows in particular look pretty thick, Rowan. Like, it doesn't look like the typical, what a beautiful glass window. It looks more like what a difficult window to break through. That looks like 3 feet worth of thick glass. Like it lets light through, but the they almost look like iron reinforcements more than just decorations. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, real quick.
Sure.
Just bookkeeping. That was a perception or investigation check?
That was perception.
All right, he has +5 to those because of observance.
All right, yeah, observant, which means that my passive perception would be 19.
Right, okay. But you're making a specific, that's fine, but you're making a specific check in this particular case. So it is +5, for the, okay, that's fine. So then it's bulletproof glass. No. It's clear to you, Rowan, this whole thing, and you saw other windows like this in the main hall. This is a fortress as much as a cathedral. It may be a religious institution, but it is also a religious institution that's designed to stand up against invasion. And even the room here, as you look around, I mentioned all the stuff looked kind of durable. That wood, you're pretty confident. You have a certain understanding of fire, Rowan. You've known something about fire. That wood does not look like it would burn easily. The cushions don't look like they would tear or rip easily. You get the impression this is a place that could either stage a religious ceremony or training a bunch of soldiers. That's how I would describe it.
I know that Nisiana has already said something, but I'm going to interject anyway and go, is it very often that cathedrals need to be this heavily protected?
And she nods slowly and she says, "No, but I am afraid the history of my nation is one in which buildings that are not built to survive attack do not survive at all. There is a need for strength. And here in the Grand Cathedral, if we do not project it to the outside world, it would be difficult for my people to understand whether we were safe. And she kind of looks over at the site of Spanner, kind of, like up against the window, like Wes Tanton's working. And he says, I wish that these things were not necessary. I sometimes wish for rooms with thinner walls, windows that are meant for decoration and letting in of air, rather than defense. And Torazin kind of scowls a little bit at that, Rowan, you notice. I don't want to give the wrong idea. Scowls. You don't know whether that's like a, how dare she say that? It just is sort of like a life sucks, type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, point of order.
Sure.
Since we do have the telepathic link up and Nisiana does make comments privately to Marimé from time to time, this is the first time I've said something into Marimé's head since we walked in there. Would anybody else outside of the two of us know what I just said? Like, because something recently happened, I'm like, since it's like, I had just said something telepathic to Marimé.
So I have the little stone that I received from the mages, Greg, that I can sense that the telepathic link is being broken into unless it's by too powerful a mage.
Right.
So 2 or 3 times a day, I believe I can use it.
I think that's right. I need to look. I don't remember I remember the stone. I don't remember exactly what I said with the limitations, but.
So I'm just gonna test it and see if the link is secure, if you will.
Okay. Sure.
Are
What do you want to say?
hacked? I don't know. Do I have to say anything in the stone, or
well, you'd have to send a. I mean, you have to telepathically
the message I
communicate.
sent to Marimé was that she said that she sounds like a lonely child just then.
Are you using that stone for that, Nisiana, specifically?
No, I don't have the stone.
Because
She
it's
has.
Marimé who does. Okay. So Marimé, you can respond in using the stone if you want or something.
I'll respond. Yeah, I'll respond back and hold the stone. I think nobody else can hear us, but we'll see. I have the stone given to me by the mages, but I don't disagree. She does. She sounds older than a child, though, too, so.
The stone does not react to that, which indicates that you're not being monitored, or at least no one has tried to break in at the moment.
Okay. Yes, it was just a point of order because...
Marimé looks suspiciously at everyone around in case anybody reacts to anything.
Immediately, Tanton in his head screams, "Shoot her!"
Shoot her!
And if nobody reacts, everything's fine. Nobody can hear us.
So, it's funny. Like, both guards, like, run. No.
They can hear us! They can hear us!
They can hear us! I'm sorry. So Jayla, after you say that, sort of says, she, sort of her voice gets quieter, and she says, I am concerned about what you've said about Emerald Longarrow. We have our own concerns about the Undying Court. And word has come to me of this thing known as the Cairdle Knot. Have you heard of this?
No.
Yes.
Have we?
Yes.
Wait.
We have.
Jen is not hearing the words correctly. So
Cairdle Knot.
We heard about it at the dining table.
Yeah, we did.
Right before Douchebag came in and made his demands?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So what do you want to say back in response? You could, how do you want to explain or not?
Well, since Jen doesn't remember what it is,
Okay.
all I could just say, it was mentioned briefly at the Arcantus right before we met Emerald.
It is a a connection, if you will, between two of the most powerful of the Undying Court. And from what I understand, they are two members of the Undying Court that believe that a very powerful artifact, the one of which we have previously spoken, cannot be left in the hands of so-called mortal beings. It is the Oracle of War of which they speak, and I believe it is that object that you have brought to us. Quick note, I should say, remember that the Undying Court is composed of elves. The people that you've encountered here, at least the one that you're talking to now, Jayla is definitely human, or at least appears to be human. You don't know whether the champions, the guards there are, because they're all helmeted and so on. Torazun is an elf, but
Right.
Jayla is definitely human. So just as a note, when she says so-called mortal beings, also referring to herself, presumably.
However,
yeah.
Are not to be bodyist, but we can pretty much give a pretty good idea whether they're human guards just by their general physical type.
Well, not necessarily because of the armor. I mean, it's strong, sort of definitive plate armor, and you're not sure whether that's. I mean, yes, elves can somewhat be slighter of build, but with the armor, it's not immediately easy to tell. They are definitely armored up. I wouldn't say that they're like Schwarzenegger built, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't be, humans that are, obviously you have to be in good shape if you're going to carry that armor on you, but they don't,
Right.
they're not like, muscle bound.
Yep.
As Trent always says when a token appears. So, yeah.
All right.
And so she mentions this thing about the mortal beings and the Oracle of War, and she says, I should tell you before we discuss this oracle that I received a vision from the silver flame. It forewarned of your arrival and an impending danger. It is believed by some upon my council that your arrival and the danger are one and the same. But it is my belief that danger surrounds us. We may either seek for it and try to head it off, or wait for it to eventually overwhelm us here. No matter how thick the windows or the walls, we will not survive isolated. However, there are some who believe I have been imprudent in bringing others here. That includes this Oracle of War. I'm curious if I might see this artifact of which my vision spoke.
There is no doubt, no matter what happens, we are all in danger. There is a danger of war between our countries. There is a danger of the Emerald Claw. We have been fighting against the Master, Lord of Blades.
Lord of
And let me
Blades.
tell you, he is a scary one. So yes, we are all in danger. That part is not wrong. Where did we, out of character, is the Oracle with us, floating along with
No.
us?
No, but you took the Oracle and put it, I think, did you you did the invisible thing with it, I believe? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we know where it is, nobody else.
Yeah, it is, and in answer to that question,
Where is it right now?
you brought it, you did bring it with you, I believe, but it's invisible.
Yeah,
and so
it's right near where we landed.
yeah.
All right.
Because I didn't want to be dragging it on the disc throughout the entire place.
Right.
So we left it near where we came in,
Okay.
and we immediately put it into stealth mode so that nobody can find it.
And nobody can find it until the 8 hours is up. So the answer can be yes, you can see it, but it will have to wait.
Okay. So if you want to say that, you can. And she nods and she says, I understand. From what I understand of the rumors, it is so immensely powerful that it has the potential to bring down destruction upon all of us. But what I am most interested in are the prophecies. I have heard that it has spoken prophecies itself, and though I do not understand its operation, I am curious of what it is meant to be. Is it a scrying device of some kind? Is it a device of foretelling? Does it research and reveal one's dreams? What are these prophecies? What is it?
I'm going to, over the link, say, Tantan, I think you're going to have to answer this question of what the Oracle of War is, or was supposed to be. Even though we already know the owner says it is changed from its original.
And so Tantan is just puts his tools away and stands up and kind of pats Spanner on the side, and Spanner drops down and sits next to him. The Oracle of War is a curse. Regardless of whatever it is now, whatever it was intended to be when it was created, it has basically been nothing but trouble for anyone throughout this entire affair. As far as I am concerned, as soon as I find a way to do it, I intend to utterly destroy it.
So she nods, and Torrizon kind of like, sort of is quiet. He doesn't say anything, but he's sort of like very engaged in what you were saying. And she nods and she says, I see. Then the prophecy of which it speaks, this declarations, are these elements of the Draconic prophecy?
To be perfectly frank, I don't know, and I don't care. If the powers that be that make these prophecies, regardless of whatever mouthpiece they come out of, they will find a new way to tell us if we are meant to know.
And she nods, and she says, and she looks at all of you and says, and are all of you of this opinion that it is dangerous and that these prophecies, what has it said? What has it even prophesied?
One of the things that it once said was, when the dark lanterns flicker in the light of the silver torch, the king in green rides north on a bolt of steel. 2 nations prepare for war as all eyes turn sky blue. That is one of the things that is said. And a foremost scholar of the Draconic prophecies believes that it is a Draconic prophecy. As I am not a foremost scholar, all I can say is it has said some things that can be interpreted as prophecy. It has done some things that can be interpreted as aiding in combat. It has said some things that could be designed to harm alliances. It is honestly a thing that if me and Tantan can ever figure out how to take it apart and make it not work, we are there. It should not be.
And she nods and she says, the Draconic prophecy itself, of course, is never entirely clear. It too is subject to interpretation. Was this what the Oracle was built for? For these particular strange prophecies? Who would make such an item?
It was
for
not
what
meant
purpose?
to be that.
They would call it the Oracle of Prophecy if that were the case.
And she nods, she's
Originally,
like,
it was tactics, but the person who helped create it flat out said it is acting outside its purview.
And Torrizon finally speaks up and says, perhaps then it has been corrupted, and now serves our enemies. Those outside may wish to create war again between Thrain and Brayland. Maybe someone is using the Oracle to turn our nations against themselves.
There is no question, and that is also irrelevant to the Oracle. That is always going on.
But possession of the Oracle would hasten.
No
that
doubt.
design.
I'm just saying it is not the sole cause.
Right.
Well, it is one of the reasons we cannot allow the Lord of Blades to get his
Hands is correct.
limbs
His
on
limbs.
it.
And she says,
Talons, claws.
Actuators.
this Lord of Blades you speak of, word has come to me of this creature. And yet, it seems as if the Lord of Blades came from myth or legend, and has only now emerged within the light. Is the Lord of Blades a weapon? Does he do they serve someone? Or is he his own entity?
Yes to all, no to all. There are too many rumors as to what the Lord of Blades is, of who it is, or who it was. But there is very little confirmation available at this point.
What
There
it
are-
is now is a danger and intends to take over the continent.
So
And terrifying
this-
and dangerous.
at this point,
but
it
you
is
kept-
leading.
Oh, go
They
ahead,
are
sorry.
leading their own army of Warforged. The interactions we have had with other Warforged, it is adept at converting them to its design, which is conquest, destruction, and conquest of the entire continent.
But you have successfully kept the Oracle of War from this thing. You have made it impossible for him to do what he wishes, yes?
So far,
So far.
but
So
his reach is growing.
And he is also creating another, attempting to create another oracle, something called the Oracle of Bones.
Another oracle. And again, we get the, for the second time, Torazin with the oh shit moment. And she
It
says...
would also be the speed racer. Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Ah!
And she says, this is most grievous news. If it is true that there is this extra threat. And she says, and then finally, you spoke of the Emerald Claw. We are, of course, aware of this organization. We have forsworn
pulls
the...
open her
Okay.
thing and shows all the scars. It's like, so are we.
And there's sort of a pause as that happens, and she sort of looks at the scars, and she nods and she says, well, it is not the first time that the Emerald Claw has been willing to kill the living in service of their foul dead. I hope that it is clear to some of you that whatever the differences between our nations, it is not the Silver Flame's position that we must kill others in the service of our own ends. The Flame and the Emerald Claw are radically opposed, and I would now burn them out of every home that I could find, every sewer through which they have crawled if I could do so. And this is the first time that you can, and again, none of you need an insight check to see that her lip is curling almost in disgust as she's speaking about the Emerald Claw. And she says, have you then, is there a link? Are they connected? The Claw, the Lord of Blades, this Oracle? Is this the Undying Court? They came and what were they seeking from you? Why were you forced to? Because I don't think you mentioned this, although if you did say this in your rundown, then please tell me. But I don't think you said why the guy said Emerald Long Arrow, why he said that he showed up.
Except she already answered that when she said the court feels that
The court feels
Oracle
that thing
should be
exactly.
taken.
Right,
Yeah.
but she's asking a
So-
confirmation about whether Emerald, like basically what Emerald was doing. She's basically asking you to confirm it. Like, did Emerald do that?
The Eternal Court decided that mortals should not have control of this thing and that they would use it.
As we had been told. And she nods and she says, I see.
You should be aware that they play a very long game. They had infiltrated Arcantus and set up, what are they called?
Sleeper agents.
Thank you. Sleeper agents. All he said a word and half of the people there became our enemy, who once were just simply students.
I would like an insight check, Nisiana, please.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm watching.
I figured. And actually, Alarian, I want this from you too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Am I looking closely enough to make one too?
No,
I suppose not. I'm keeping an eye out on everything, but on I'm suspicious.
I only got a 14.
15.
15. Yeah, I would say Alarian. Nisiana, you might notice a slight sort of shift in Torazun's kind of posture, but Alarian, I think that when you mention when these other names are mentioned, and so on, Torazun sort of reacts a little bit to that, like sort of draws back a bit. When you mentioned the thing about them all sort of like reacting, like flipping out basically. And you can see kind of his eyes narrow and his head tilts a bit. And he says, "The elves did this, you say?"
The
Yes.
members
Well,
of
go ahead. Go ahead.
the members of the Eternal Court, yes.
And kind of slowly kind of looks over at Jayla. And Jayla looks back and sort of nods and then says, "This is deeply concerning. I would ask you then, what would you wish from the Silver Flame? You are here as Braelin's representatives. You also are intimately involved with this Oracle of War. If you were advising me, what would you have the Keeper of the Flame do?" And at this, you do not need a check to know that Torazun is like, sort of like, why are you asking them that question? But
And these guys just like not to go to war with Braylon, to ally with Braylon against the Lord of Blades and the Emerald Claw. We are 5 years away from the last war. I was in the trauma wards. I was not on the battlefield, but I have been on the battlefield since. And I do not want that for any country.
Do you?
and she sort of pauses and she says, "No. I was barely alive when the last war was fought. Yet, the reason that I am elevated to my position is because of the loss of those around me. I wish," she says, looking at you, "that I had been old enough to understood what it was that my parents did when they died in that war." And kind of a heavy silence descends on the room, and then she says, "I serve the flame, and am not interested in conflict. Yet I must defend my people, and must, as best as possible, allow the flame to guide my actions."
Against whom?
And she nods and gives a sort of, again, everything she says, she's only 11, right? But everything around that, but everything she says feels so incredibly adult. And she does this again where she gives you almost this wry, slightly bitter smile, and she says, "Yes, a question I must continually ask myself. Who are we arming ourselves against? Is it Brayland, or is it something else?" And Torazun sort of looks at you, looks at all of you, and says, "It is my nature, perhaps, to be suspicious. Perhaps I am to be blamed for it. And yet, I must say that if you have been with this oracle, that you have been the center of this journey. Everything that has happened here seems to have happened partially because the oracle has unbalanced the world. It has changed the game. And I must ask what you, this keepers of this oracle, have done yet." Also, pause for a second because my son is calling me. One sec.
Your son is calling you 1 sec. That's a weird nickname.
You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. We've done an awful lot.
Yeah, that was a really open-ended question.
Yeah, and like, what what right do they get to judge us? We've been dealing with this thing. This is going on in the link. We've been dealing with this thing the entire time and kept it safe.
Sorry,
Yeah,
give me 1 second. My wife is away
Yeah.
this weekend, and so I got to go down and just make sure that
Yeah,
the house
yeah.
is not burning down.
Yeah.
One
We're,
second.
That's
we're
so
having a
good.
quick
Fire
internal.
goes up, you'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
Well, I mean, he would
Calm.
find out very late. Remember,
No.
this house is very big, and he is on the very tippy top of it.
calm, calm. We are diplomats here. Calm.
Are we?
Yes.
Are all of us?
In
Rowan.
game. In game.
Rowan.
We're all having this chat in the
Yeah,
telepathic link.
I was just like, why am I? Okay, I'm the peacemaker because I'm the healer, but also, come on, guys. She's looking at us as 5 strangers with a powerful weapon, or he is, and she has to protect her people. What would we do in her shoes? Calm.
I want to know more about her vision. Her vision
That is
about
that
the
is something
destruction.
you should ask. Let's deflect. You can deflect these questions.
Right now, we need to assuage Torazon, whatever his name is,
Yeah. well,
that we have not been corrupted, in his
Correct.
words, by the Oracle, which I don't believe. This is Larian's sake. I don't believe that is even a thing.
It is worth noting that this is the third time in just as many days and between land and the air that we have had this confrontation with several other people, and it is perhaps important for us to have a solid answer to the question, can we be trusted with the Oracle, before people ask us if we can be trusted with the Oracle. Because I don't trust us with the Oracle, but we're the only people that I do trust more than everyone else I've met.
And maybe you should be the one to say it like that.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily the most politic answer, because it implies that everywhere else we've encountered is not trustworthy.
Well, it's not
Not
like
what we wanna say.
Tantan's been politic. I mean, he's been direct.
We've kept the
Yeah.
Oracle safe. We've
Yeah.
not used it to attack anyone. We're trying to stop
Yes,
war.
we did. It was one of the first things we did with it.
True.
That was
But-
so long ago, I can barely even
That's
remember.
true. No nations, and we've only used it to survive.
Hell,
Don't want too much.
everyone who possesses it would use that exact same excuse.
Well, the
including the Lord of
question
Blades.
right now is we don't want to use it.
Correct.
I would
we
like to ask a question.
don't- Okay.
This is probably the exact same question that I'm gonna ask her, but I'm gonna ask you all.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
The very first time that the four of you met the Oracle, exhibit assent if you ever initially just tried to destroy it. Because I remember trying
We
to put a
did.
bullet
We
in the
absolutely did, and we failed.
We did, yeah.
Did not even leave a mark. And
We
I
tried.
used my sword on it and did not even leave a mark.
Yes.
thing. Grand. I would like to speak to the keeper.
Okay.
Miss
So we
Anna, do I
basically
have your
turn-
permission?
we look at this. I'm kind of surprised that you asked me, but we look around and I look at Rowan and I just sort of gesture.
We had
Do
this
I-
conversation telepathically, Arv, just in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
No, I assumed you were
And
like,
that
what do you think we should
conversation
do?
It was the
It was so
pregnantest of
telepathic.
pauses.
Yeah,
It was so telepathic, you don't even know what we talked about.
Yeah, we need to work on our
Um,
poker faces, though. But yeah,
Which
Hey, for
Tanton's
me,
is awful.
no problem.
Yeah, Tanton's
God.
is the other end of that spectrum because as soon as Rowan was like, raise your hand, and Tanton like moves his head back down. So, but one of the last things Tanton says before we go back to external speech is to answer your question, Merime, of what right do they have to judge us? The religious leaders. That's all they do.
Fair. He's not
Counterpoint.
wrong.
I
Everyone
mean,
we've met has been judging us since we
not
got here.
wrong. Yeah.
He's not wrong. I mean,
Lady
Slap.
Johanna she's a classic example. I'm sorry, but it's true. And Valerian likes Lady Johanna, but doesn't matter.
While
Yeah.
this is still happening in our brain.
Yeah, yeah.
Right through it.
And I love that you make a heart while you're doing that.
Keeper, can I ask you a candid question?
Very well.
You are aware of what the Oracle can do. You are aware that it is powerful and high risk and draws the intensity or the curiosity or even the rage of everyone else who has ever wanted it or heard about it ever in their lives. If we were to give it to you, what would be the first thing you'd attempt to do with it?
And she says, actually, and I don't actually know that you've introduced yourselves. I apologize for that. I think we were so busy
I have
doing
not,
it.
and I will not.
Oh, okay,
Also,
okay.
while this conversation is happening, I'm staring at tourism.
Okay, gotcha. I'm reminded, by the way, I think I've talked about this before with Curse of Strahd. We had a telepathic thing. There's this sequence in the amazing movie Sneakers where Robert Redford's character is trying to get into this one locked office, and they're talking to him in the, obviously, like in the earpiece, and they're like, and he's like, yeah, right. And he's like doing that for like a good 30 seconds. And then he just kicks in the door. Like, that's the only answer that they was just waiting for that. So it just reminded me when you're all like, pregnant pause, thinking.
Yeah.
Anyway, so she says, actually, I must say that I do not wish this thing. We have had enough in my nation of this war. There are some on the council who might disagree, but if anything, well, Torrezin thinks that it is possible that we are being misled or deceived, and he is not alone. There are many on the council who doubt that anyone from Brayland wishes us well. But whatever I must eventually decide of you, and whether you are honest or not, I can say for certain that I do not think this oracle is of anything other than the coming of doom to us. We would not wish it here, but I needed to know what it was that you think it is, and to ascertain for myself if you can be trusted.
Well, truth be told, we don't want it, but we don't know anyone else to trust with it.
And you
We
didn't answer his question.
Oh,
So she,
Right.
well, I think
Well, no, she said she doesn't want
she
it.
just want it. So she
That's
doesn't-
not what he asked. He asked, if we gave it to you, what would you first want to do with it?
right, but she
That's
does,
what he asked.
right. She's not
She
going to
hasn't
answer that
thought that
question.
I
far
don't
ahead,
care
yeah.
whether she
Okay,
wants it
okay,
or not.
She,
But you're,
We
that
don't
an-
want it.
that answer then that answer to Ron's question becomes irrelevant.
mhm,
yeah, she's,
maybe.
Oh.
in any case, like her, clearly what it is she has not thought it through that far because she doesn't
Mm.
want it. Although, she says, and perhaps as she says that, she says, I suppose the question I might ask is, in answer to yours, I do not wish it, so I cannot say what I would do with it. The council, members of my council, would use it to prepare our troops, to prepare our defenses, but they know little of its operation, only rumors of its strength. I have heard enough of it to know that I do not want it in our place.
So they would perpetuate the problem.
She nods.
I admire your
Perhaps.
candor. But what you are describing is, even in its hesitation, exactly the kind of thing that we trust the least. I will offer you a candidness of my own. I had known the 4 other guests in this room barely an entire night the first time I decided that the best solution to this problem is to put a bullet in the Oracle. Apparently you can't. Apparently those things are too strong and too volatile to simply put the chamber of a very large gun inside it and just pull the trigger. But I tried.
Mhm.
You just described a room full of people who would tell you not to try. So, in all candor, what we do with the Oracle is not your business, so long as we can assure you that you are not our enemy. And you're not. This is the moment where you can assure us that mutually assured destruction is less valuable to you than your standing with Brilliant.
And she doesn't nod or respond. She just thinks about it for a moment clearly. And she says, "You would then ask me to declare peace, to stand down, and to unite with Brayland to try to destroy this thing, defeat the Lord of Blades?" It's sort
I
of a
ask
half question.
more of you than merely peace, to be perfectly frank. I'm from Salvation. If it weren't for this war, I'd tell you to do whatever you wanted to do to Brayland, simply because it would make me feel very happy. And I won't tell you that now. You don't have to like it. You don't have to trust them. But at some point, very soon, you and Brayland need to be on the same page so perfectly that even a matter of distrust wouldn't get in the way of ensuring that the Lord of Blades is gotten rid of. That's a hard ask. You're gonna need to do it very soon and perfectly.
And to say that one of your first options is to declare peace implies that you feel that you are already at war. And to be frank, if the amount of time, effort, and resources to make this place into what it is now were put towards fostering peace, we probably wouldn't be in this situation.
And Torrizon says, "So then Brayland has not been itself involved in these measures?"
Not Brayland as a people, no. There are probably individuals within Brayland who would benefit from continued war. We represent the greater ideal of Brayland's desires and what we would see done with it. If we thought you were our enemy, we never would have come here, and we wouldn't have brought the. He doesn't do that. What the hell? We wouldn't have brought. We wouldn't have brought. Suddenly you find out that Tangent transferred his consciousness into Spanner. He's having a short. Would not have brought the Oracle with us, which. Don't worry about that. And he just barely manages to hold his tongue, but he does think not out loud, into the thing.
Yeah.
And I wasn't talking to you, dickhead. And
Yeah.
but fortunately that doesn't make it out of his mouth.
So and she sort of takes all that in, and she says, "I see. Then it appears
here."
And she, Torrizon kind of, I was about to say snorts. That's a little too derisive. Torrizon is kind of like,
him.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna shoot him.
I was gonna say that. No, he doesn't.
I don't know.
Not,
I kind of look at Tanton.
He's not being
Real
derisive.
talk, I want to
here.
shoot him too. Real talk, I want to shoot him too.
He doesn't snort. But he's like, he kind of is sort of like, he's sort of almost sort of, he does the classic turn around and look out the window, like, the sort of like, these people think they know, type of thing. And Jayla, who has, been very steady this whole time, nods slowly, and she says, "You are asking me then. In fact, it appears that we are asking each other for a mutual trust, which our nations have seldom enjoyed, at least for a great period of time."
Yes.
She looks for a moment at Marimé and Alarian and says, "I have heard from 3 of you. I am curious as to what the 2 of you would think. And I ask this not because I distrust the other 3, but because I am curious of the group that is in front of me. It appears that you have taken on a mission of peace, but done so with a much greater understanding than any group of ambassadors that I know of.
I look to Larian to see if they'll go first.
They look impassively back and like extend their hand, like, have at it.
Okay. I'll just okay. I echo what everyone else says, and I also think that someone who has had a vision of destruction potentially linked with our visit here and still does so is not afraid of making tough decisions and of doing things outside of what others might expect to reach a greater goal. And I think peace is always the most worthwhile, and the greatest of goals. I have some experience with visions myself. Not much, but I am who I am, as are you. May I ask you about your vision and why it led to you asking if we would come? Surely that's important to this discussion as well. It's okay if you're not comfortable telling me. I understand that.
Torzin says to the window, the visions of the keeper are not meant for, and Jayla says, they were not meant, Torzin. But that was in another time and place. We are in a very different place now. And Torzin falls silent, but you can see like his shoulder, blades tightening as he's kind of staring out the window. And Jayla says, I don't know if my visions will make sense. If you have had these yourself, you will know that they are as much emotions as they are events. There were blue and green colors. There was a dragon and she kind of pauses, and you can see her lower lip may even trembles a little bit. She says, an open grave. 5 skeletons crawled from the grave. And she kind of shakes her head. One of them, the skeleton, seemed to be metallic and wood. And then some vision, something with wings but not a dragon. And the feeling, anger, fear, hatred. And then the only clear vision and the clear moment in all of the vision, that 5 individuals would come on the back of a ship that shone like the waves of the sea. It is all that I can say, but the vision has repeated. I have learned that when such things happen, there are messages located therein. But I could not tell you what the message is, though I have prayed and given myself to meditation and self-examination. But I can make no full, complete sense of it, except to know, as certainly as I know myself, that you are the 5 of which my vision spoke. But which direction that leads, to the grave, to the blue and the green, to the winged creature, to the dragon, she shakes her head. That I cannot say. Your presence may be one of salvation, and her eyes flicker to you, Rowan, briefly. Or They may be one of our destruction. And she sort of trails off.
Thank you for sharing that. I know that couldn't have been easy or expected, perhaps. I just stare at the back of the general.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope that you find peace and answers, and also a way to collect yourself in this reality, in this world. Visions have a way of sweeping you away with them, but you don't always need to follow, or perhaps you do. I don't know you well enough, but as you ask, yes, peace is important, and I do believe that, even though unfortunately, because of what we carry, destruction does tend to follow to some account, we always stand for peace. We try to do our best. And I echo what all of my friends say. And again, thank you for sharing your vision. If we have any further thoughts or insights to helping you decipher it, we certainly will offer them.
And she nods and says, thank you. And you...
Would you like one now?
What?
He pipes up, would you like a piece of insight now?
If you
It's
have one
brief.
you would be wished to provide,
It's
yes.
brief. Since you did mention that, many among your council would wish to use it, they should be aware of something called Protocol 3. And that means that if you use it, an entire army of people with little boxes that tell them exactly where the oracle is will come looking for it. So if you think that you can use it and then hide it again, they would be very, very wrong.
And Torrizon, at this point, looks over his shoulder at you, kind of like with sort of a questioning expression. And Jayla nods, and she says, this device grows ever more perilous with every word you say of it.
But, and he points to Ilarion.
And she says, I am curious. You do appear to be warforged of some kind, and yet different. And you have remained largely silent. Are you in agreement with your companions?
My companions often speak far more eloquently than I on these matters. I can only tell you this. Unlike the rest of them, I was on the front lines during the last war.
Hey, I was
And-
too. Smack.
That's true, you weren't. I asked Tanton, I forgot to ask Marime, but she didn't bring it up, so that's yes. For those who haven't, I will mention I was on the front lines. Anyways, the point being, and this is absolutely no disrespect to Nisiana, but what was done and what I saw out there. She saw the aftermath. I saw the events as they occurred. And my only point, because everyone else has talked about the Oracle and how dangerous it is, and how Mia Tanton's phrasing of it being a curse seems very accurate. A curse cloaked in what some would assume to be ultimate power. And their eyes cut to what's his face at that one. And then you speak, interestingly, this is Queen Aurelia, right? This is who we're talking to? Is that correct?
You're talking to Jayla, who is the keeper of the flame.
Flame, okay.
Yeah, definitely not the keeper, not a queen.
All right, but I'm sorry.
But the religion.
Are we in Ondir or are we in somewhere else? Where
No,
are we?
you're in Thrain.
Thrain,
you're in
that's it.
Thrain,
Okay.
and it is a religious theocracy. She is the head of Thrain. The head
Okay,
of
we are
this
talking.
council.
Yes, all
So,
right. And then, as you said in the messages, that they were on opposite sides of the war. Okay.
Yeah, and it is,
All
as
right.
I mentioned to you, like
Thank
everyone
you.
was kind of on their own side
There it is.
during that war. But yeah.
Which actually plays into my point even better.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I just want to make sure I was talking in the right. That I'm talking in the right place. Because it's all been a blur with Mage Towers and then here and everywhere.
No, I know.
What the point being? The last war, of course, was destructive enough, and even though, as you stated, you were too young to grasp perhaps its significance, I trust that time and education have altered your view on that conflict. I also found it interesting that when you mentioned who were your enemies, you only mentioned Brayland and did not mention the obvious foes of the Emerald Claw, the Lord of Blades, and those ilk who absolutely seek to conquer and destroy what has been built these last 5 years. I will tell you unequivocally, if these nations, Brayland, Thrain, Ondair, and the others, if you do not stand together, you will most assuredly be destroyed by the true enemies, whilst you squabble amongst yourselves and cast suspicious eyes to each other, wondering when the next strike is going to be from the back. It won't be. It will be from the front. And the Warforged or the undead will march over your lands, and they will raise everything you hold dear to ashes. That, Oracle or no Oracle, is assured if your leaders, you and the others, do not join together.
All right. I would like one of the 5 of you, it's up to you, to make a persuasion check for me, please. And I'll remind everyone in chat that you do have, if you have an inspiration available, you could use it at this point if you wish to inspire whoever will decide to make the persuasion check. I'll allow any of the 5 of you, because you've all spoken at different times for this.
My persuasion is rubbish, so I'm going to say no, not me.
I'll be happy to spend my my hero point to whomever, like Marie. She's our Rowan.
Well, hero point you'll have to use on something that you do for yourself.
Inspiration.
You can use inspiration from, if you have an inspiration sitting around, and in fact, let's see.
Do I?
Let's find out. How about I do that when I actually spell the word right? Inspiratoin. Okay. So let's see. We have.
It is a new month. Absolutely.
That's
Yay.
true. John has one that's left over from ArvCon. Tren is a couple.
Oh, I didn't know that carried over.
They generally don't, but in the ArvCon case is the one exception. And once that's over, then that's over. Jen does have one, and I think that's what you were talking about, Jen, as far as because you do have one of those. Also, Tim has one. So the deal is, as you know, you only can inspire yourself, but you can inspire another party member. So,
or I'll cede to Tren since he has 2.
So I can make the roll if everyone agrees.
Yeah, or I can.
That's what I'm waiting for, to see who's going to roll.
I'm definitely down between Rowan and Marimay. You two can thumb wrestle for it. I don't care.
Yeah.
You interrupt each other and make it terrible. You don't even make any sense.
Marimay, go ahead.
Okay, if you're sure. Okay,
Are you using the inspiration?
Yes,
Is anyone inspiring?
I will inspire Mary.
All right.
Are you
Thank
gonna
you.
use your hero point, or is that a before or after?
That's an
after the
after.
roll, but before I tell you the result.
Okay.
And thank you, Tim, for asking. But I think Tren is.
I think Tren's got it
Yep.
this time, but don't worry, Tim.
Yeah,
There'll be other
thank you.
sessions happening.
That's super
too.
sweet of you.
Believe me, there'll be other sessions. There'll be other times.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tren. All right.
All right, so
Also,
with
take a break.
advantage,
Yes.
let's see if you all regret telling me to roll instead of Brandon.
Yep.
Well,
Wait,
I
so
won't
that's
tell you the result yet.
plus 10, so it's 17.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use my hero point because sometimes you just gotta use your hero
Sometimes
point.
you just got to use your hero point. Yep.
And you're close enough where if we could tip it over 20, I think would be a good thing.
Right? Oh, hang on.
Come on.
Hero point. Where's my dice? Where did my dice go in
It's,
roll 20?
uh,
Oh, there it is. I found it. All right.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yes.
There we
That-
go.
Yes.
That-
Good use
that-
of a hero point.
Mm.
Hang on. That brings it to your total to what?
23.
Flash of genius. Add another 5.
Ooh.
Oh, 28.
28.
Yes.
All right.
Thank
28.
you all.
He's like, you have not persuaded. What the?
Flip the table.
My heart
I
is
give
a
you a 40.
stone.
Yeah.
It's like when you're rolling in Baldur's Gate 3 and it's just all the dice keep adding up and
Stack. Yeah.
Yeah.
She says, I believe you. And
You
Torzen again, like now turns all the way and starts to open his mouth, and she holds up a hand and she says, it is the Keeper's duty to be vigilant. It is the Keeper's duty to defend against any threat that are posed to the Five Nations. If the Silver Flame tells us anything, it is that we must stop war again. We cannot do that simply by huddling within the Grand Cathedral. Something must happen, and it must start by having Jen fall out of the Zoom call for a second time. Okay.
I guess she's out, so I don't know. The whole thing's breaking apart. I know what we're doing.
Now we don't have a cleric.
He's like, no, I don't believe you at all. All right, let's see. Let me. That's okay. It's okay. It's all right, Jen. Let me just quickly take Nisiana off there. And let me fix Rowan, and then as soon as Jen comes back on,
Fix Rowan.
right?
Damn.
Rowan, I rolled really shitty for both rolls, and I realized afterwards that next time you roll, and I'll inspire you.
Okay, there we go.
Like not the dice inspiration that Trent gave me. I
No.
can give you a bardic inspiration on
A
top
bardic
too,
inspiration.
and- yeah. Anyways, I'll depend on the situation, all that, but yeah.
So she says, we must find a way. If that means peace with Brayland, then it is what we must pursue. 2 notes. First, I would like the party to note as a legacy event, Divine Vigilance. I'd like you to note that down, please, as a legacy event for you. That's the first thing. That's the first thing. The second thing is, she says, but there will be some work to do. First, before anything happens, we must, and then there is a sound in the
Oh
room.
no.
It is almost a kind of a, like a whistling sound.
I want the
And
kettle
then
on.
wavering into vision right around
No.
here, you see a ghostly image appear, and I'm going to show you exactly
You will
what
go to the Dagobah system.
I missed where it's
roughly the
Right,
center
right
of the
about
room.
here,
Where the light
there.
of the upper window is shining across
Yeah.
the board.
I'm
Well,
basically
I'm-
stepping in front of my sister as soon as it
I-
appears.
if I think it's dangerous, I'm actually throwing myself between it and
The keeper.
the girl, Jella,
The
because
keeper. Yeah.
I will take I will get better. I will take the bullet or whatever it is.
I like
And
the
I'll
idea
step
that
in
Mermaid's
front.
like blocking while also Nisiana's leaping over her to get to the thing. This is going to be very fascinating. I can't wait for the opposing checks. Okay, so let me first show you what that looks like. I'm going to show you this on stream.
Oh, God. What
As
is
this image appears, it looks like that.
Oh, that's got to be the
And-
eternal cord again.
And as you look at it, you notice, I'm glad you mentioned that, because you see the translucent image of an elven corpse facing you, an eerie glow emanating from her eye sockets, and you can see there are white roses that are entwined around her breastplate. And
I thought
Nisiana,
she
you
was
just
dead
mentioned
then.
this. Say again.
No.
Say
We
again?
killed him. She
No,
saw.
but didn't
Yeah.
he say that she fell?
He said
he-
that's what he thought. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
But you do notice the roses are the same that were the ones worn by Emerald Long Arrow. And you see these white roses, and you can see her face is stern, and her expression angry. And she says, "Know me," she snarls. "I am Antinoa Cianadal, daughter of Shay Caerdal, last of my line. You kept the Oracle of War in defiance of Erenal's wishes. You destroyed my one love, Emerald Long Arrow. For your insolence, the 5 nations shall suffer the wrath of Stonefire. Where once stood devotion, shall now be vengeance, 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 vengeance.
While the
vengeance.
ghost is still just before
Yeah.
the ghost fades away, I just shout in the room, "Can an elf just use their head for once?"
The image disappears. There's a moment of silence that passes, and then a ear-piercing shriek from outside the room, and both guards take a step forward, which is a perfect time to take our break.
Oh,
You are
geez.
watching
God,
D&D
not
The
again.
Infinity Beyond Eberron Oracle of War. This is part 2 of Stonefire, which has just been invoked for the second time. You are watching the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew, and we'll see if all hell or Undying Court is about to break
What
loose.
spells do I have?
As I am
Well,
here with...
I put myself in between her. I'm like literally, I was putting myself in between her and the ghost, unless my sister grabbed me and
Well-
pulled me back.
Rowan's got that guard near him, so I'll take the other one. So I think we're all good here.
And we're going to find out how that works out. We're going to be, I'm happy to be, as always, with Trent Sparks, Marie Below, John Helpers, Jennifer Brozick, and Brandon O'Brien. You're watching the incredible Infinity and Beyond crew. We will take about a 7-minute break. We will be back here at 10 p.m. Eastern. We will try to wrap. I swear to God, we'll try to wrap by 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll see. We'll try. I'm only
Sweet
saying
summer
try.
child.
We're heading into combat.
We
We're
will-
not ending at 11.
We will try. But in any case, you're watching this amazing crew. So please take a break with us, but don't go anywhere overall. Make sure you stick in the channel, and we will see you folks back here in just a little bit. Hang tight.
I'm
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, and as day 59 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, Stonefire Part 2 continues. Welcome, welcome. And as you can see, things just got real, y'all. With
In a fantasy.
yeah, exactly. Things got real fantastic just a moment ago. And yes, as these two people step forward, but I am here with the Infinity and Beyond crew. So if Tren, Marie, John, Jen, and Brandon are ready, then I would ask you all, I have put the turn order up, and I would ask everybody to connect those tokens, as I realize that I have once again made the mistake of not deleting people first, so hang on a second. Because otherwise, then two people get on there, and then it's a problem. All right, I got Rowan, so we're good. Okay, now everybody can roll.
Click on your token.
Click on your token
and
first.
Then roll initiative.
And I'm going to fire up some combat music here. Let's go with... Nope. How about this?
Wow.
Wow.
We are gung-ho, people.
Wow. Good grief. People are ready to
Meanwhile,
roll.
I'm here like, if I get to move first, I could just wall of fire at the door. I'm going last.
No, you got startled. They're right beside you.
Yeah, you're just like, huh?
Where the rest of us were like, we are totally getting attacked. We know we're getting attacked in here. They said this is a fortress. Of course we're getting attacked here.
Well, after what happened in Orendale, whatever it's called. Yeah,
Right.
you know.
The call is
I
coming
was
from
expecting them to
inside the
try.
house. Yeah.
Inside the fortress. Yep.
I wasn't expecting them to already be inside.
Well, they did it to the Arcanics. Why wouldn't they do it here?
Exactly.
True.
And they're like undead paladin. They've had a lot of time to plan this shit.
Mm.
Yep.
Okay.
And rituals and all
down.
kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Marame with the 16. Rowan with the incredibly exciting 8. Let's see.
Wow, cool. Thanks for rolling it in.
Okay. All right. Let's see. There's that. And then we've got. Oops. I have to put. Wait. Is Spanner?
Spanner
Oh,
always
okay.
goes right after me.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, wait, what? Okay. Right. So.
I have wings.
Let's see. Hey, Trent, is Spanner 3.5? It's like 72 out of 72 hit points. Is that what Spanner, the new Spanner, has?
We'll check. Yes.
Okay. Meet the new Spanner, same as the old Spanner. Dun, dun, dun.
He's new and improved. How dare you?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's, you know.
No, the improved Steel Defender comes like in a level or two.
Oh, okay. He's not new and improved, just new. Okay.
He's better, just not improved.
Okay.
Can I get a dexterity check for Alarian and Nisiana? Just the raw score.
Big old 12.
Dexterity. Just roll these.
No, what is your base score?
No, yeah, what's your score? Just your base score.
Oh, I have a 16.
Okay, that's what I thought.
She's going first.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll just move
Okay.
that around. Okay.
That was fine.
Okay.
Actually, can be very handy that you're going first or before.
For those of you at home who are wondering why Chanty's roll is 23.16, that's 23, and then the point 16 is his agility, or his dexterity
I was gonna say, I was like, wait, what?
score.
Yes.
That's his dexterity score.
Mhm, yep.
So that way you can do a quick comparison. You don't have to.
Oh, so if I turn that on, mine would be 2012.
Right.
Okay.
Yours
Yep.
would always be 0.12 because you have a 12.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's a cool little thing. Okay. All right. First to act then is Tanton. So, I will just say this: the only thing you've seen on the ground, you heard a scream from outside, and you have seen the two guards step forward. You don't know what any of that means yet, but that's the situation on the ground. And Torazin, I should have said, also yells, "We must protect the keeper." Has also said that. So, just wanted to make
Good.
that point.
Yeah.
Hello.
Thanks for the obvious statement.
Mhm.
Well, it also means that he's not an enemy unless you're gonna like pull a knife later on.
And then stabs her in the neck.
I
Oh,
know, right?
damn it.
From everyone but me. Oh, I didn't finish that statement. Yeah.
Yeah, we must protect the keeper from my blade.
Good luck with that. So, Danton, the crossbow is up and it's ready to go. He's aiming at probably the guard, the northern guard.
Okay.
There. And yeah, that one. And he's basically like, I don't want to say declare your allegiance, but he's like, stand fast.
Give me a reason, right? Okay. Now, yeah. So you're okay, and you're and so just to be clear, it sounds like what you're doing is you're also maybe holding an action until if like they make an aggressive move, then you're like, ping. Is that it?
Right.
Or
he is either going to answer me, or he is going to make very, very clear what his intentions are, and I will also accept not answering me and continuing to move towards the keeper in something that I determined to be a threatening way. So yeah.
Okay, because he doesn't answer, but he doesn't move yet, although he hasn't a chance to move. But okay, so noted. I sense a crossbow attack if he does move in his future. Okay. That sounds good. What about Spanner?
And he basically tells Spanner, move. And Spanner bolts forward to right about meow.
Okay. Sounds good.
And he's holding there to, because
See
that's
what
not
happens.
all of his movement. Yeah, he's
give me a specific. Is he like, if so and so comes here, then Spanner leaps to the attack? If the
southern guard makes a hostile move against Rowan, Spanner's going for it.
Gotcha. Okay, noted. Nisiana, you were up next.
Okay, I am right next to Jella. The first speaking takes no things. I look at her and I say, we have all died in service of protecting the Oracle of War. Maybe that's what the skeletons were. Stay next to me. You will not die. And then I pop Aura of Life.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to.
Yep, I got a circle in my future. I was hoping you were going to throw in, just come with me if you want to live. I was wondering if it was going to pop up.
Just stay next to me. Stay at my side.
Okay. Now give me.
I'm not going to come with me if you want to live.
No,
because I'm not going anywhere.
I'm just kidding. What's the radius on this again? The Aura of Life?
Let me.
Speaking of that line, there is a new.
It is a 30-foot
anime.
radius, so 60-foot diameter.
60 foot. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Trent?
So there's a new Terminator anime coming out.
Anime? Oh, really?
Yeah, Terminator
Really?
Zero. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, the
Ooh.
trailer for it looks amazing.
That's cool.
Interesting.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
It's supposed
probably
to take place between, I think it's between the first and second movies.
15, 20.
I think.
I think then that this basically covers the room, unless I.
No, that's the new Alien movie. I'm sorry, Alien Romulus takes place between the first and
I
second.
thought you were
Aliens
telling me no,
movies.
it doesn't cover the room.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay.
Screw that up.
Two different things. Okay, so right, I'm thinking then that it's about like that, right? Like it basically covers the room.
45. It's tiny, a bit bigger than that, but yeah, it takes the whole room.
Okay, all right, cool. In that case, you do Aura of Life. You say that. Are you staying where you are?
I'm actually keeping an eye on what the hell's his name? Tarzan?
Tarzan, yeah.
Tarzan. Yeah.
Because
Mikorzan.
earlier, Ilarion broadcasted to us over the link. Tarzan seems to know more than he's telling. He reacted in an unusual way to the sleeper agent item.
Okay.
So I am keeping an eye on him to make sure he doesn't do any backstabbing.
Okay. Sounds good. Ilarion, you were up next. What would you like to do?
All right. Well, because Normal might be more inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt, but we have seen this happen before. Gosh, not even a day ago. So they will step out, spend a bonus action to pop their spiked Aegis, and address the guards to clear your intent.
Okay. Spiked Aegis, declare your intent. Okay, we'll talk about their reaction in a moment. And then you're staying standing your ground.
Right there. Yep.
Okay.
And
Are you holding something? Yeah, like.
Oh, my sword is out. If this one here,
Okay.
Since this guy's got to go through Rowan, if this one here tries to move toward the keeper, I will attack.
Okay, so we have a held action waiting on the north one, actually two, Tantin and Alarian's attack. And on the south, we've got a Spanner going off on the southern guard if the one moves. Okay, got it. Okay, that leads us to Merime.
Several people have uttered threats and all that. Do I get any sense that they are, that the guards are responding, or are they just being like kind of Stonefire automatic?
Impossible to tell because of the
damn armor.
Conveniently placed knight helmet. That means you can't tell if they're like glaring or what. They just took a step forward. You don't know if that's there's screaming outside, quick, or if that's, bleh, like you don't yet know. You're gonna know in a minute because
I assume so. So I will pull out my rapier. I will look at Nisiana. I see that there's the Bonhomme behind her, and then there's those two guards at the front. So I'm going to kind of position myself here so that I can quickly intersect with anybody who tries to come either towards Nisiana or towards the keeper. I will.
Okay. And
Be
by
ready to
intersect, does that mean that you will attack if that happens?
Yes, I will attack.
Gotcha.
I will stab in the eye.
Okay. I can't wait for these triggered actions to go off because it is their turn. And so, indeed, they move forward. Now, how do I put this? They move forward. It could be in the quick, protect the keeper with our lives. Or it could be, they don't say anything. They don't respond to any of the questions, the multiple questions that were asked. Declare your intent, what are you doing? Stand fast. They start moving forward. So you're going to have to make a decision here, basically. So I'll start with Alarian and Spanner and not Spanner, because Spanner's going on the other one. But the northern one is moving. So I'm going to ask Alarian, Merime, and then Tantin. This is where your held actions would go off if you want them to. Mm-hmm. They have not responded to you. They're moving towards the keeper. You don't know for what reason yet. But
yes, exactly. But since they haven't responded, and to all intents and purposes, from what Alarian can see, they're acting exactly like the other ones in Onder.
Yeah. That's fair.
So
choose violence.
Pretty much. I'm going to give them.
This is their home, and we are basically ordering them around, but they could have just said something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They've been listening to what we've been talking about.
So, what I'm going to do, Arv,
yeah,
is with my Shield Master ability, I wish to shove this one.
Okay.
This way. I can shove them. This actually, I'm not using the bonus action. I'm going to burn one of my attacks
to push him into the table.
Okay. Correct. Okay. Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Because on the off chance, they for some reason just decided not to speak to us, but I have a feeling it's not going to, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. So there we go.
All right. So give me the Shield Master. So the shove is an overbear. What does it say?
That's a really good question. Probably should have looked it up before I declared the action, but I'm still going to stick with it. Hang on. Let me go off from Wendy's.
You just yell at him. I'm shoving you. All right.
Beware or be shoved. Let's see. Combat. Shoving a creature. Using attack action, special melee attack to shove it, knock it prone. That could work.
Okay, yep.
Hang on. Your turn, bonus actions. Of course, this entry is like super huge. Sorry. Hold on. Attack. Here we go. Hide, ready. S. No. Search. Okay. It just goes on forever. Hold on a second. Grappling.
And then if this happens, and then if this happens.
Kind of, yeah.
It's the party of the first part.
The summary was actually, but where the hell is it? Is it special moves?
This ability will only hold under the laws of Delaware.
I got to figure out also what my.
Basically, if you declare it a shove, you push him 5 feet.
Yeah.
Or you could not. It says you can knock him prone though too. That's kind of what I wanted to do.
Well, that was I mostly wanted to know if the Shield Master had anything. Yeah, was giving anything additional to.
Grapple. Hang on. Well, no, actually, you can just do this myself without a problem. It's attacks. Hang on. For God's sake.
Let me just say, that's meta. Everyone.
That's metal? Is that what you said?
No, he was going to say he was about to give him a metagaming thing.
Okay. But either way, it works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I did.
you know,
That's why I'm asking about the Shield Master, because I wanted to know if that
Special melee
you get
attack-
bonuses to it or something. You know.
Here we go. Shove summary. Shove more than once with multiple attacks. Go ham. Shove no more than one side. Don't care. All right. Is shove an action or a bonus action? That's a good question. Is an attack action, not bonus action? Now it's a bonus action with my shield, but I'm not using that. Okay, so it's attack. One of your attacks to shove.
Okay.
That's what I want.
So you're just okay. So you're not using shield here. You're just shoving.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to burn one of my attacks, which would be at +9, I guess. +4 for strength and 5 for proficiency bonus.
Okay.
So, all right. Let me get back to frickin'. Sorry to take it so long, folks. It was not my intent. I'm just going to do a d20 here real quick. Simple.
All right. So.
So 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
There. And yes, into the table would be perfect. So smack. 11.
Clang.
Unbelievable.
The creature
very well
stands
armored.
indomitable.
All right, I will burn my second attack to do it again, and hopefully it works better.
I said.
For God's sake.
I said bunt.
Okay, there.
Ah.
26.
Yes.
Okay, had to warm up the shield. Had to just warm up the shield.
So it's that moment in The Princess Bride where like Wesley runs at Fezzik and just like runs into him. Except this time you're
Yes.
like, no, goddammit, and then you do it again. Yes. You push him with great strength and furious vengeance. And he goes flying over the table and basically smashes through the table. Now the table, again, as I said, built to last, but this thing, like even then, shatters under the weight and the shove and lands prone.
Excellent. Okay, and then I would be pretty much kind of right next to him. So I had to shove him, so I'm like right there now.
That's right. Now you've used two actions.
I am
at this
done.
point, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right.
So.
He is, however.
Rowan, you got this.
Okay. All right. Well, it is their turn. They do go first. Oh wait, I haven't. I'm sorry. They were still going. This was still their turn because that was on a held action. So I need to ask about that actually. Alarian was closest and did that. So Merime, you would have a chance to do your attack. This is going to benefit you and not benefit Tantan. You will get a chance to move forward, and if you're going to attack now that it's prone, you will get advantage on the melee attack because the creature is prone. Tantan is going to get disadvantage because said creature is prone on a ranged attack.
Which is the meta I was not going to mention.
Yeah, exactly. But it's going to help in Merime anyway, Trent. So in this case, like if Merime wants to do that, are you doing that, Merime?
If Valerian had knocked him down, his second attack could have been an advantage.
Yeah, exactly. So
True.
So, in Merriman's mind, if Stonefire is activated, and if two of the guards that were with the Keeper are under it, that means a lot more guards other places are probably being
The
activated.
scream outside might be a guess to that too. Yep.
Right? So she's going to say, next time just answer the question. Otherwise, you know what? We're protecting the Keeper, and I'm going to go up and I'm going to stab him.
All right, go ahead and
now-
make your attack at advantage.
Is he in melee with Ilarion right now, or?
No, at the moment he's actually shoved down on the table, so Alarion pushed him away. So I would say he's not in melee at the moment, although
That's
he's
fair.
moved up to him. But as of next round, he will be engaged with Alarion because I assume Alarion is going to wail away at this guy.
I just wanted to see if I would get advantage. No, I got an advantage.
You already got
It's
advantage.
You
good.
got it because he's prone.
Yeah.
You got it because he's prone.
Right.
Right.
You have
Okay.
advantage. Yeah.
I'm
All
just
good.
gonna stab.
So
him
much
then.
advantage it goes around to disadvantage. Jesus, 30. Good God. Yeah, that's.
I just don't like Stonefire. It's
yeah, that's a bit of a hit. Yeah, I think you hit.
I think what they're going to see is that, yeah, they're not as protected as they thought they were.
right. Do I get my second hit or just one hit? I understand if it's only one hit
Uh,
because it's a held action.
Your attack normally would have
2 hits.
She attacks twice around.
So then you're using the attack. No, then you get a second one because your attack action is 2 attacks.
But if you had an extra action, that would be a different thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So 26 will also
Yeah.
hit. So grand
So-
total of
16.
16. Okay. Let's see. Right. So that is. Okay. Right. All right. He goes. You strike him with furious vengeance and great anger again. Okay, Tanton, you can now fire at disadvantage, but fire at disadvantage at this guy.
Mm-hmm. What to do? Because that was the action I was holding.
Yeah.
I have to either do that action or lose it.
Yep.
So
Exactly.
disavantage.
Oh.
Natural one.
Oh no!
Like into the-
But does that work with the whole I believe in you?
It would.
Yeah.
Because I believe in Mia Tanton
That
and his sharpshooter
I
skill.
wanted to hear it feel mirror me. What's that tickle in my back? Oh, it's
Yeah, I know,
a
right?
coral. Ow!
So that means I have to re-roll, but I have to take the.
Still the disadvantage, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you do.
Okay.
But he
So-
gets the reroll, so
I
at least
mean,
he
you
doesn't
know,
Yeah.
pop one of us.
it's a miss anyway, right? So
Yeah.
That's negative.
he's gonna
Well,
not hit
then-
anyway.
Then don't use it because it'll be for the next person. 'Cause
Well,
it's
no,
not
I'm
just-
saying he could
Oh.
hit on this one. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he
Oh,
missed this
okay.
first time.
Now
Right.
watch. What this is going to be so cool.
Double
Watch
one.
this.
You're figuring.
Yeah, yeah.
Wouldn't be
Oh,
the
you
first
got
time.
Okay. But you said
It's not a
disadvantage now,
one.
right? Because of the
Right, so
because
that's
of the
a
second one.
13.
Yeah, that's a miss. Fortunately, hits into the wood and the table.
Or tears off his armor.
It was so close.
Yep. Okay.
I'm gonna bend luck on that.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh.
Which is
I'm spending 2 sorcery points, and you add 1d4 to that.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
where's the badge go?
Surely at least a 2 would be helpful.
Yeah.
Right?
You said a D4, right?
Yay.
Sitting at 13.
3.
Three.
So
Still
15.
still a miss.
16.
16. Yeah, 13.
That's what I said.
Still a miss.
I mean,
Some
the
alternate
base-
universe where I'm good at math. That's what I said.
Still a miss. Kind of tangs off his plate armor. I was about to say, you don't know if he stands up angrily or not, but he does stand up from the wreckage of the table.
I guess you can burn the action. Yeah.
And is going to. He's basically just been knocked off his feet by. These are all held actions. The ultimate Overwatch triggers from everybody. And he's going to swing away at the one who just stabbed him multiple times, which
What?
is Merame. This is unprecedented. You are
Who
right
could have
next.
seen that coming?
You are right next to him. Okay. With his great sword, he swings at you 3 times.
Oh,
And it's one of these
Ooh.
like home run swing attempts,
was-
right? Like
Got the is it a Bugs Bunny cartoon? 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
3 strikes are out. Bugs Bunny. That's right. 24, 29, and 20.
20 missed. No, 20 hits. Everything hits. It's just
Everything
feeling-
hits.
You can take it. I'll save my +4 for later.
you know what? I can take it. Thank you. 50,000 points of damage. No,
I
I
mean-
can't take it.
And the sword of all elements flares up. Oh my god.
Is it a good sign or not a good sign that I had to look to make sure I was reading this right?
I don't know.
So-
Is it?
You take 40 points of slashing damage as he strikes you
Ah,
3
barely a
times.
scratch.
Ow.
I've had worse. Oh!
Just a flesh wound.
Just but a flesh wound.
Yeah, just absolutely just lights into you. I guess there's a reason they were top security until they weren't anymore.
I ping back to Nicia and I'm like, I'm okay. It barely hurt. I swear I'm okay.
But is that
Gosh,
true gritted
gosh,
teeth?
gosh.
I'm fine. What's up, Sparky Pilot? Good to see you. Okay,
There was a character I used to play who would probably have looked up at the guy and been like, flirt.
That's nice. Okay, that was all on the Northern guys. Very eventful trigger series. Okay, this one now is going to he's going to swing away at Rowan, but before he does that, Spanner is going to be like, "Rrr," and is going to like run at him. So I will allow Spanner to get his attacks in on this dude. So go ahead and move Spanner next to him. Yep.
And jump it, jump it,
Yeah,
jump it,
absolutely.
jump it. We will have none of this shit.
Jiggada, 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 jiggada.
20.
I love that it also is described as force empowered rend. Like
That's
just
what
like
it's
no
called.
joke. 21 will hit.
And that will do 8 points of force damage.
Okay. Takes that in stride. Okay. And now is going to swing away at Rowan. and is going to do the same thing, Rowan. I'm sure you're not looking forward to 3. Count them 3.
Imposed disadvantage.
Because of
Now that
spanner.
he's next to him, yeah.
All right. So that's a good call. So first swing that's terrible. That's a 13. That's not going to hit, right, Rowan?
It better not, given the augmentations. It would make your
13 does
armor.
not hit.
Okay. you're like, you better not say. Okay. The next one is a 27.
Oh, ow.
Ow.
It was better than the critical he would have gotten otherwise. And the third one is a 14.
So got one
14
hit.
does not hit.
Okay. So he just strikes you one time. One time. Let's see. 4.
2, 3.
23.
That
Don't do my due.
is 16 points of slashing damage.
Ow.
But that is all that he's able to do, and he does not move any further. And that means it's now your turn, Rowan, having been struck
You've
multiple
tangled
times.
them up. Good job.
Cool. Grand.
You're an off
Where
tank,
is-
right?
The other guy's on the table. Jesus Christ.
That's right. He's standing in the wreckage of the table, but yeah.
Yep. But he's up.
Yeah.
He's back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for. I wall of fire the entire room.
Do not help in that way.
Yes, I wall of fire, the keeper of the flame.
Hold on to this.
If I,
This is,
if
that's
I
not what it
diagonal the
is.
room,
It's a metaphor.
I am going to. Jesus Christ.
Well, if you could summon him, that might help a little bit.
Cool. I'm gonna spend 3 sorcery points.
Okay.
This is starting good.
Yeah, it's always a good start.
Yeah, I love it. I love
This
it.
is a terrible start, obviously. So I can twin spell fireball, aiming an entire fireball at each one individually.
Fireball or firebolt?
Fireball,
Fireball.
but that's why he's using sorcery points. Right? Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Firebolt? Yeah, I'm dead.
Fireball.
Fireball, but
Yes.
using the points to keep it from hitting people is what he's trying to do.
no, he's twinning it to do 2
No,
fireballs
I'm
at
twinning
once.
it.
Oh, I
Yes.
take this back. Okay.
Oh.
Are you going to set us all on fire?
Wait, how big is this room?
Not big enough.
Better question. How big is the fireball? Is the
That's
better
the
question.
better question.
Yeah.
And this is 5 foot square, so I think this is 40 by 15, 20, 40 by 40.
Ah, right, cool. 1, 2.
I love it, by the way.
3.
Totally approve of this.
I'm spending 3 more sorcery points.
Okay.
Good lord.
To careful spell it, so Merime, Illyrian, and Spanner don't get hit.
Wow.
Is
Okay.
it going to reach
But
Uh,
at 20 feet, it shouldn't reach you.
Okay.
I'm getting hit, but that's me. I'm Rowan.
So
No,
you're
wait.
dropping one of your feet and one behind the other guy, which I technically approve of.
So,
I-
So basically, this half of the room is going to be immolated, is what you're saying.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
One warning, Rowan.
This-
You're gonna
this-
have.
this-
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
This half of the room, essentially diagonally, is now on fire.
Okay. I'm all in favor of this plan. I'm glad to be a part of it. Before we do this, though, I just
God,
want
I don't breathe.
I want to know. I just want to remind you. You'll probably want to disengage 5 feet if you don't want this guy attacking you with an attack of opportunity as you cast this spell. So if
I
you,
do.
right, you could just disengage 5, so that doesn't create. Yeah, that's fine. Okay,
Mhm.
so now you're doing that.
I
So
mean,
you-
I'm probably going to disengage more than 5 because Jesus Christ.
no, you
I
can
also
only
do not
disengage.
only
You
have
can
five.
only disengage 5 feet.
Ah, fair.
You can only disengage 5, so you'd have to go there.
Right.
But now you're
So
gonna.
I'm a route here.
I love the way the image of the fireballs like exploding around them is so awesome. I'm like,
Bye, Jen.
yo, no, we lost
Jen
Jen.
has it.
That's so terrible. Jen fled.
Like, I'm out.
That's what happens. You use
Eberron,
fireball.
save me.
Like, use another 3 sorcery points to get Zoom back. It's okay. Hang on 1 second.
If only it were that easy.
Okay. I'm,
Brandon this time.
if she was like, Eberron saved me, and Eberron came and picked her up, I'd be like, take the Oracle!
Yeah, while you're doing this, it's like, no, I came to save you. God damn it.
No, take the keeper. Take the keeper. We can deal with the Oracle, for Christ's sake. We can't deal with killing the keeper accidentally.
Okay.
Jesus.
Nisiana is almost back. Almost back. There we go. Nisiana's back. Okay, great. So did not get out of the room before the fireball
To be fair,
hit.
I would blame Brandon too on that. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the right call.
A lot of sorcery points. We're going to see whether or not these two can make their dexterity saves. The one to the north sure as hell didn't. That makes sense because in the middle of a wreckage of a table. And the one that's got an angry, well, not angry, a focused metal dog on him also doesn't make it either. So, actually, let me ask, what is the DC? But I don't think.
16.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They missed it by a lot. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot they have. I will let you in a little bit of behind the scenes chat. These two ones have something known as Indomitable, and they can occasionally, I won't say how many times, re-roll a failed saving roll. So the one to the north fails again, utterly, but the second one does make it. So the southern one does make the saving throw thanks to this.
Luck.
Oh, really? Can I do that? Okay, yeah, I guess so.
God, I'm spending so much sorcery points and listening to these guys immediately.
What was the... and you said the DC was what? I'm sorry? The...
Well, it's a D4 off his roll, off his save. Right,
Yeah.
Brendan? Yeah.
So now you're rolling a D4 and you're subtracting the amount from your roll. What did he roll again?
Okay. Well...
He didn't say.
I didn't say.
I didn't say.
Yeah, but you want me to bend luck?
Yes, I'm bending luck, so you will.
And the okay, then I do need to know the DC. What's the DC that I'm trying to beat?
16.
He does still make it. You rolled very well on that one.
Then the little blades will show up after Rowan has no more sorcery.
Rowan, how many wild magic rolls are you going to have to make now?
Right.
It was always 16. The
yeah.
bend luck is that you roll a D4, subtract.
No,
that
I
from
know.
whatever you roll.
What I meant was I had forgotten the DC. That's what, in general.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I was asking him. He ended up getting in the end an 18. So
in the end, after
after the -4,
Wow.
yeah,
okay,
you rolled quite well.
Grand.
Okay, so the southern one makes it, the northern one misses it.
Right. So that's southern takes half of 8d6, northern takes 8d6.
Okay.
And Merriman and I have the weirdest feeling of having flames go all around us and somehow not touching us, which is a little unnerving. Yeah, that's true.
Outlining them.
Well,
you know.
okay, typically we took the damage. That's the thing. So
We're surprised.
yes, like oh, thank God.
All right, what are we looking at
That's
here,
20.
Rowan?
That's 29 on one or 15? 14 on the other?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I could just imagine May being like,
Did you say, I want to ask you a question actually. Did you say you twinned the fireball as one of your sorcery point things?
Yes.
Because I'm wondering if that means then that we're rolling damage separately in this case. It's not one fireball, right?
Fair.
So the one that you're sending up north, you did 29 to, right? Unless you, actually, I'll let you choose which you want that to be, the northern or the southern one. Keeping in mind the southern one made, so basically are you going to bet that you're going to get a higher roll for the northern guy? You see what I'm saying? And therefore put it on this one on the southern guy? Or do you want to put this towards the northern guy? And if it helps you, I'll say that the northern guy has been hurt a little more than the southern guy.
Yeah, I'm going to put this north.
You're going to put it north. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to put this north.
Alrighty. Okay. All right. He takes all of that and smoldering wood around him. Okay. 25 halved. All right. So take 13. Okay. All right.
12.
Yeah, it's rounded down, isn't it?
Yeah. 12. My bad. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. That they did not like that at all.
I would hope not.
They were not a fan of that. Okay. Good stuff, Rowan.
Can
and
I
want
still move, or was
no? Because your disengage was your move. So, all right, that brings us up to the top of the round. More screams are heard from outside the room and shrieks and slamming doors and the sound of clashing metal. And Tanton, it is your turn.
So
Clearly
to
the
be
battle has
fair,
been joined.
The screams that we're hearing are the screams of locals being
Well, I don't know about locals,
locked
but
in combat.
people in clearly, because there are also presumably non-combatants, yes, that are in this cathedral somewhere, but they're coming from inside the cathedral for sure, outside this room. So you're not hearing them outside the windows. You don't know what's going on out there, but inside the cathedral is where you're hearing these sounds. All right.
Well, now that he's standing up again.
Yes.
I
said. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bolt to the eye.
Pretty much. Pretty much. 13.
13 is just tang, like ching off of his sword. He
Okay.
parries it Aragorn style in Fellowship of the Ring.
Tanton is like, sees that happen and just glances down at the bridge of his crossbow while the arrow reappears.
Yeah.
And he's like, and he's going to fire the second shot. Natural 20.
There you
Oh,
go.
wow. That's what it is. Repow. Okay, how much we talking? What's that max damage look like?
That is going to be 1d8, so 8 plus 5
So 13 we're looking at?
plus 1.
14?
14.
Yeah, 14.
All right. He takes all of that. Still, you know, like the arrow is like, the bolt is basically sticking out of a spot between his...
For a very brief
Shoulder
second, and then
blade.
it disappears.
That's right, actually. And he sort of, you know, takes a step back, but still remains, you know, is still trying to hang in there, basically. Are you moving anywhere?
No, but Antony is going to tell him, I will keep doing this to you unless you tell us what your intentions are.
Yeah. Fair enough. It would be funny if at the end of this, like, we were just trying to help.
And he adds, or worse.
Right. Okay. What is Spanner doing? Is Spanner going to keep it, you know, going off on the guy?
This dude.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely chopping.
Make that happen.
And I should probably change the roll to Spanner's thing, because it looked like in the Tanton roll the last time. But yeah, Chove. 16.
Miss.
Yep.
Not gonna do it. He again, like, clang, the sound of metal as his great sword blocks Spanner's attack. Okay, and Spanner, I assume, is going to stay engaged with him because...
Oh, yeah.
I figured. Nisiana, you're up next. Alarian's on deck. What do you want to do, Nisiana?
You're muted.
You're muted, Jen. Jen, you're... I don't think Jen's hearing us either.
No, she can hear it. She
Oh,
just-
okay.
She can't unmute.
Sorry,
That's
I
okay.
muted myself because I was having problems. I am focusing on Terrazon.
Yeah, okay.
What is he doing? Do I need to do an insight?
You can make an insight if you wish. He is sort of staring at both of the guards and looking back and forth between them and Jayla. He does, it seems like his hands are starting to glow, and you don't know what that means yet. He's definitely not like, like glaring at Jayla like I'm going to attack. But something presumably is preparing to cast some kind of a spell.
Okay, then at that point, I point at him and I'm like, state your intention.
Okay. He goes at the very end of the round, so I will...
Yeah, I'm basically...
Okay.
At this point, I am holding my action. If he does anything other than say, I'm going to protect the keeper...
And I believe him.
What?
And I believe him.
And I believe him, correct. I believe him. I will.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Oh wait, no,
Both
that
by
would be
nuclear
that would be
cleric
rude
spell.
to do a shield of faith on her right now, wouldn't it? Because
Probably.
okay, that would be rude. That would be rude. I won't do that.
My God's better than your God.
His shield of better faith.
You know what? I will hold a bane.
God.
Ooh.
If he does anything other than say basically he's going to protect the keeper, and I believe him because that is correct. I will bane him.
Okay, I'm gonna bane you.
can
All right.
bane 3.
Bane, you good.
I can 3. Yeah, you're right. I could bane 3, and which means I will actually let me see the range on that before I say that. Bane.
Well, because the other thing I was gonna say was if it's a held
30 feet.
action, so because when you do the bane 3, you have to do it as like it happens at once. Like you can't bane 2 now and then hang on to the rest of it for later in the round.
Yeah, that's what
Right.
she's saying.
So-
He's just checking the range. Just
I'm
so
just
you can
checking
get all
range.
3 of them.
Gotcha.
If
Yeah.
I set off a bane, I will hit all 3 bad guys.
Okay, if you do. Gotcha.
Assuming Parazon is bad. If he is not bad, I will not set off the bane.
Okay, sounds good.
But if Nisiana says, I don't believe in you.
Yeah, exactly. Then all bets are off. All banes
Yep.
are off, as it were.
Because I'll have to make an insight check on what he says. And if I roll really badly, I will feel really badly later.
Are you? And you're just gonna stay next to Jayla still, right?
I am. I'm protecting her.
Okay, sounds like a plan. And she is sort of looking around the room, wide-eyed, not terrified,
Deer
but
in the headlights.
yeah, no, not like that, but very much like like what has happened to my cathedral. Alarian, you were up. Merime is on deck. What would you like to do?
Indeed. I am up, and I wish to have some fun. Step over here, thereby flanking him, putting him into advantage again,
Okay,
and I will strike twice.
I shall strike you twice.
With advantage.
Mhm.
With a hot plate. I mean, with advantage. Yes. So the Star Sword is out, and the first attack. I believe that 27 will do the
That will
job.
absolutely hit. Yep.
12 points of damage.
Okay.
All right, and the second one. And well, what do you know? It's another 26. And
The same amount roll. Wow.
yeah, which is actually I rolled max damage on both of these.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah.
That he takes both
Wham
of
and
those.
wham.
Okay.
Keep doing that.
I intend to. And someday you'll get your crossbow working too.
Let me amend that. Keep doing that when you're not attacking us. There, okay.
Keep doing that all the time, right? Exactly. You turn to face. Okay. All right.
On fire.
You've moved. You moved. You flanked. You did. That's
Yeah,
funny.
it's been fun.
You moved. You flanked. Okay. You
I
came,
hit.
so you
Yeah,
conquered.
exactly.
All right.
Good.
That leads us to Merime. Is up next.
Well, I mean, Alarian looked like he had so much fun, so I want to also have this much fun.
Yep.
So I am also
Join
going
me. Yes.
yes, I'm like, let's have some fun here. So I am going to attack at advantage.
Okay. A 30 will
30.
definitely hit.
I will follow the attack with a defensive flourish.
Okay.
Because ouch.
Oh. Okay, so 1 extra point.
That's
so
an
9
extra
points
1.
total. Okay.
And 1 point extra to my AC. Yes,
Outstanding.
It could make all the difference.
it could. And I will hit again
Okay.
because
Yes, you will.
One more time.
fun. Okay, or maybe I won't hit.
18 will hit, actually.
See?
Oh, good.
Because you're doing
Brilliant.
disadvantage, right?
Thank you
So,
for
yes.
believing me too.
Advantage, not disadvantage. Correct. Very important difference.
Yep.
Yes.
And then 13 points. Is that right?
13
okay.
points of damage.
All right.
And
That is
then-
he's sort of jerking back and forth between the two of you as you're striking. Now starting to
Wham,
look a
wham,
little bit
wham,
messed up.
Wham.
You put a lot of damage on this guy.
Mm.
Okay, and then I am
Thanks, Prince
just
Justin.
going to. I don't think no. I'm not gonna bonus action anything right now. I'm gonna hold that because I have a feeling this isn't the last of the people we'll be beating up on. So
Mm.
I will hang out there.
Okay. The bad
Leading.
guys go, and he is going to start by. He sort of stands and like almost sort of cracks his neck type of thing, straightens his arms, and seems to be feeling slightly healthier, perhaps. And then attack slightly. I don't want to overstate. And then attacks Merime again with 3 attacks. This is at normal. This is not a disadvantage here.
I'm going to give her
normal.
the +4 this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're doing the Aegis thing. So
Yep.
okay, all right. So
I mean, he's not attacking me right now, so
that's true.
Nope, okay, yeah.
So we're looking at a 25, and a 20.
The 25 still hits. I got 24 right now on my
Okay.
AC. So
But the 20 misses, so there you go.
yeah, the
Uh,
20 misses,
right,
and it
so
would have
that-
hit
Only
otherwise. So
18.
thank you.
You're
You're
welcome.
Wait a minute.
Actually,
20 would miss,
a tie always goes to the attacker. 20 plus 4 is 24.
plus the 1 from her defensive flirt.
Right, she has the plus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Well, I
But
did it
my-
anyways because I wasn't sure.
My armor class is 19 regularly,
Oh.
So
so I
it's a
would have been up to 20.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
So
Still
all-
a tag,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
All good? Okay, so you
Thank you,
take another 23 points of damage
Barely hurt.
from these things. Still fine.
I'm fine.
Oh, good.
These guys do hit like a truck. I like the idea that these, they're like, they look like big guys. They are big. They hit a lot.
Big armored
hard.
dudes. Yeah.
Okay, now let's see. This the southern one is going to just move forward 5 feet so as not to provoke from Spanner. And I understand still engage is going to be doing disadvantage, but is going to press the attack on Rowan, partially because Spanner hasn't hit very hard yet. And also because Rowan just tried to obliterate them with fireballs. And so is going to swing away 3 times at disadvantage in each case. First one is a 13, which I think we agreed is a miss, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rowan? Second one is a 16.
That hits.
Okay.
Silvery barbs.
Okay. So silvery barbs again.
Silvery barbs, I distract you and you have to must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll.
Okay. All right. Then the lower roll. Let me get rid of one of those because I. Okay. So the lower roll, when I re-roll that again, would be the one that was the one that I just specified. I'm afraid.
Okay.
So
well, we tried.
Yeah, we tried.
Sorry, Rowan.
And then I'll figure out that in a minute. And then the last attack, I'm glad that would have been a critical hit, if not for the disadvantage, so that's good. 21 on that one.
Oof.
So grand total of 2 hits, neither critical. But as we've agreed, these guys do attack a lot. Okay.
I'm going to give Tantan advantage too, just so you know, because I get to give one player
Yep, okay.
advantage regardless.
That's
so.
fine. Okay, and then the second hit is 17. Wow. Okay. That is 35 points of damage on these 2 hits against Rowan.
Wow.
25.
What are you down to?
24 points I think I have you at, Rowan. Is that right?
It'd be 34.
Yeah. Okay. And now Torzun at this point, having a chance to respond at this point, says, because you said, state your intention. He says, my intention is to save the keeper and get her out of danger. And then waves his hand. And Rowan, you are going to get...
Beamed! Oh, sorry.
You're going to get baned. No, you get 10 hit points back. Apparently he was healing you.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
All good.
And then he's
Yes.
promptly baned. Ah!
I give it a take away.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. I meant blight.
I meant boon. I said boon. All right. Tantan, you are up next.
Oh, God, terrible.
More screams, you also, as well, are beginning to hear now the slamming of doors and like as if people are being slammed into rooms, trying to slam doors closed, doing something, but like not your room specifically, but they're elsewhere. You can hear
Not
echoing
yet.
sound. Yes.
Not
Tantan,
yet,
you're
yeah.
up.
Okay.
Well, he didn't listen. I warned him, and he didn't listen.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been,
Just making
you know,
sure. Did I just miss my turn?
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Rowan. Yes, I forgot. You.
Also-
I honestly, that was my fault because I had damaged you, and I was like, aha,
I'm
Rowan's
getting my
damaged.
ass kicked
Yeah,
so
my bad, my
well.
bad.
So also,
So sorry.
Arv, I believe there's a couple of wild magic rolls that need to be done.
On the
fireball?
fireballs,
Yes.
yeah, that's a good point.
Right. No, yeah, I have to do it from fireball time.
So go ahead and do that for
Correct.
Fireball. I'm sorry about that, Brendan. Sorry, Rowan. And then you can go. Yes, I apologize. The
I
only thing
did,
that
yep.
changes, you're at the end of the round except for Tourism, so honestly, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change
The
anything.
Wild
That's-
Magic Surge was Jen.
That's
blinking out of
1d20, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the Wild Magic Surge is D20. Yep. Okay,
7.
that's 1. Oh wait, it was 1 Fireball Twin, so that's fine. I'm not gonna make you roll twice. Okay.
Aw,
Fair.
I
So-
would have.
All right. So, all right. So
I
that,
would have.
But I'm a bastard.
okay. So then,
Hey, 2
Taurus-
spells, 2 rolls, man.
So then it's Rowan. So then Rowan, it is your turn. Torzen would just heal you right afterwards. So
Cool. Which one of these would you say I can suspect is more hurt?
the one to the north, definitely.
Cool. Synaptic static.
Ooh, okay. I remember you talking about this. I remember you using this before. Remind me again.
Wait. Is this cool? That works. I'm doing it just north of him, so that 20-foot radius only takes him. Each creature in that sphere centered on that point must make an intelligence saving throw. Target takes 8d6 psychic damage on a fail or half on a success.
Sounds good. Are you disengaging 5 feet first so as to avoid the other dude swinging away at you with an attack
I
of opportunity?
am, yes.
All right. So let's see. No, he sure does not make that. Perhaps being flanked by 2 other people is sort of occupying his attention.
Are you implying we're distracting?
I
Is that
mean,
what
just a
I'm
little
hearing
bit,
here? Jeez,
All right,
That's
so
where
he
we're at.
misses that.
I mean, we're really trying to be so you know. Yes.
Go ahead and do that damage.
26
Ow.
plus he has muddled thoughts for a minute, so every time he makes an attack roll or ability check, you have to roll a d6 and subtract that number from the result.
Okay. Oh,
Wow.
you know what? I'm going to have him use his other... okay. You're still going to get the muddled thoughts, I think. I'm having him use Indomitable again to re-roll that saving throw. So, the second time around, he is going to make it. So he has a limited number of Indomitables, though, in case you're curious. How...
Right. So in this circumstance, it would have, but instead, I am going to bend luck again.
Oh, okay. Okay. And he misses it this
So-
time. So it is the full damage.
Grand, cool.
Nice.
Which
Okay.
means that I owe you. Should I just take that other? Well, no. I will owe you a wild magic surge the next time I make a spell after this turn.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
And
So
that's me.
he's looking quite hurt now. Andy has the muddled thoughts, which I'll make a note. Great. Okay. Wonderful. Good stuff, Rowan. And that is then Torazun does the healing, as I mentioned. Now we go back up to Tanton. Okay, Tanton, you can proceed from here. Again, this guy is starting to look very hurt. This guy, not as much.
Well, I'm pretty sure my friends at the northern end of the room they've got this. This dude down here, has attacked my companion multiple times, and it's hurt him
That's
quite
true.
a bit.
That's true.
And I don't like that. And so Tanton reaches into one of his tech vest pockets and pulls out a small amount of red powder and sort of rubs it between his fingers, and then grabs the sides of his crossbow bolt and does that, and immediately that guy's armor starts to heat up and glow.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
And I believe, if I remember correctly, I get to cast. I get to roll damage for the amount of.
Yep. That's within the first round. Just as.
I think so. I'm double checking
Okay.
right now, and I will put it into chat so that you can read it as well. 2d8 fire damage. If a
Okay.
creature is holding or wearing an object and takes damage from it, the creature must succeed in a Constitution saving throw, or drop the object if it can, which he can't. If it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn. So,
Okay.
But for right now, it's 2d8.
You know what's weird about this? It says concentration up to a minute, which would indicate that it continues to be that way. Oh, I see. You can use a bonus action on each of your subsequent turns to cause this damage again. But it only gets disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of your next turn. That's a one-time only thing. And then after that, does not take disadvantage again, but is going to continue to take damage as long as at a bonus action you continue to damage him, basically, right? So, okay, that sounds promising. Yeah, he's definitely not going to he's not going to strip from his armor at this point. So, go ahead and roll the fire damage then.
6 points of fire
6
damage.
points of fire damage. Okay. Okay.
Now, trying to decide, because I have an extra attack but not an extra action. So that means I can't cast heat metal and then fire my crossbow.
Right, because you used because you used.
But since I've cast a spell, the only kind of attack spell I could cast would have to be a cantrip, right?
Right, that's right.
Okay. So, do I have an attack cantrip at all? I mean, I don't. So, never mind.
Okay, and you're going to stay in the same spot?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's going to lead us to Spanner.
Spanner.
Yep.
Who is going to bite the Tushy. Tushy, which is getting spicy. Don't roll it twice. The first one's a 21.
21 will hit.
For 13 points of force damage.
All right. Ouch.
And if this guy moves to attack Rowan,
Mm-hmm. Spanner's going to be very upset.
no. Because I can't hold his movement. And Spanner would follow along with him. He would just stay
Right.
in contact with him. So I'm trying to figure out how that would work.
He's only going to be able to move 5 feet unless he wants to provoke anyway. So you'd be right there, just on the other. You'd be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's going to bring us to Nisiana, and Alarian is on deck. Nisiana,
Right.
what would you like to do now that Torzun does not seem to have hurt people?
Sorry, I forgot something.
What's that?
Arcane Jolt. Because my attack hit,
Oh,
I get to fire an Arcane Jolt at Rowan
okay.
and heal him.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Rowan is jolted.
If I,
This is an energy drink
correctly,
commercial.
It is, 2d6 healing. Do I already have a thing put up for it? No, I do not. 2d6. Rowan, you regain 3 points. Ooh.
Hey. 3 more.
so
than
my
what we
question
have.
to you, Brandon, is how far are you under half hit points?
You asked me to do math on my brain immediately.
Yes,
that,
I
I can
know.
tell you that 1 point. He's 1 point
Really?
under half.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, Alarian, have you been hurt at all?
Nope.
So it's just these two. All right. Well then, I am going to do cure wounds on Rowan.
Okay.
Because he needs it.
All right. You may proceed. Actually, that's touch, by the way,
Oh,
I believe.
sorry.
So you need to.
That's why I'm having the discussion. Hold on.
You need to
I
move
actually-
forward. Yeah.
No, I'm not moving forward.
Okay.
I am going to use
Healing word.
mass healing word, which I do not have to.
Aha. Yes.
move.
Mm-hmm. Whatever says what the mass healing word actually is. Like, is it?
Oh, would you like
is it
me
like
to-
rutabaga? Like what is it?
It's been Glothkiss, of course. Come on.
Blagofkis.
It's Eberron, of course. So everybody gets 10 hit points. Sorry,
Thank you.
wait, hold on. 1, 2, 5. Sorry. 13 hit points.
13 hit points. Okay, so Maramay's at 97.
Oh, did I get hurt?
And
So I was about to ask.
you have not
Wait,
been hurt. No.
I have not been hurt. No, okay.
And Rowan is up to 50, I think.
Okay.
I believe. Is that right, Rowan? 37, you got 13?
I got the first heal from homeboy. Name escapes me.
Tantin?
all of a sudden.
No, from Torazun first.
Oh,
Torazun first, and then Tantin, and then this. So now I'm up to 56.
11 plus 13 is
Okay.
24
Yeah,
plus-
okay. Yep.
Okay.
That sounds right. Okay. All right. Good stuff. And you're staying.
Don't
where you-
and then
just
I
let
tell
me
him-
die, you know. I'm accustomed to this.
Then I tell Terrazon, as long as you stay within my the aura, you won't die. So stay close to me.
And he says, "We can't stay here. She needs to get out of here."
Lead the way.
And
Once
he says,
we deal
he,
with
and he sort of, he looks, he's
first.
like, "I will." Yeah, exactly. Little busy. Okay. Right.
lead the
Are we
way
still
once we
mind-linked?
deal with these guys.
mm-hmm.
Are we still
We are.
mind linked?
We are.
Yes.
When Torazun says we need to get out of here, I go in everyone else's heads. I have a teleport waiting.
Oh, to where?
It's gonna be rough, but at least we'll be out of here.
Are we going to be accused of kidnapping the keeper?
That's the keeper's business. But I'd like to get to salvation and
You-
ask that question afterwards.
I
Okay.
don't
Okay.
think
Even though
that's
this
a
is
good idea.
even though this is telepathic, this is you can only think thoughts so fast within
Okay.
6
Yeah,
seconds.
that's 6-second turns, folks.
You know. So
Basically,
but,
you get, oh no, this is a bad idea.
oh,
the
God,
Oracle,
this-
the Oracle.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was okay. That was Nisiana. Larian, you're up. Maramay's on deck.
So, let me make sure I got this correct, Arv. With Spanner on the guy, attacks on him are at advantage. Is that correct?
I think it's that with Spanner on him, his attacks on others are at disadvantage. But I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Trend, that Spanner disadvantages attacks on him don't get advantage. I don't think. Is that true?
Attacks on the guy that Spanner's attacking?
Yeah.
Or- no, he doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't impose an other advantage to others except by flank,
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
which you'd have to be within melee range.
But, so Arv, remember, at this level, I got the ability to fly, right?
That's true. I believe you
have
can
my-
fly.
I
believe you can touch the sky. I
It's
think
not
about it
that
every night and
difficult,
day.
you know.
So
And I have this big tower shield that I carry around with me. And I'm going to use that as a battering ram. And I'm going to fly into this guy and pretty much make a night sandwich on the wall.
okay, the guy in the southern area.
Yes.
Be aware
I
that
trust
you
rare
could create
bacon.
an attack of opportunity from the other.
Yeah, I
dude.
know. I'll take it. I haven't been touched yet. I mean, I could disengage, but I want to have a second attack in case I miss.
Okay. So you can do that, and he actually is not going to do an attack of opportunity. He has focused his attention
Solely on
Merame.
Marame.
Yep.
You got this, Marame. I believe it.
Okay,
I
so you're going
believe
to
in you.
fly and battering ram into the
Yep.
guy.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. So I guess that sounds to me like a shield master shove, right?
Yeah, sure. I go for that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So this comes back to the I don't think we ever resolved it because you decided you didn't have your shield up anyway. What does the shield master shove do that's different, if anything?
Well, so the shield master shove, if I make a regular attack with my weapon, I can use the bonus action to shove someone.
All right. Well, okay then. Go ahead and make a regular attack then.
There you go. So yes. All right. Let's one more. There we go. 23.
Will hit. Yep.
Okay, and I don't know how you're adjudicating 700 pounds of mass behind a tower shield smashing into this guy. I don't know what the physics of that are, so I'm gonna leave it up to you.
Roll damage first, then let's figure out about how the shove works.
Well, I'm not using my sword. What's my damage? It's a blunt. I'm using the shield as a battering ram. So what is my damage for that?
I thought though that what you said was that if you do a regular attack, then as a bonus action,
But
you
I'm
can
flying into him, so I'm not using the sword. I'm pretty much like a cow catcher on a train, you know? I'm using the shield. The shield is
okay.
the weapon, yeah. And then, of course, my huge mass is literally just slamming into him. Remember what I did on the train? When I leaped at that guy and drove him down through the train? I'm kind of doing the same thing, only horizontally.
How far up did you go before you flew down on him? What's your fly speed?
Well, I mean 60. So I actually was just going straight at him and just trying to accelerate.
Okay. 5, 10.
That is only like 12, 14 feet. But the point was
Roll 3d6.
okay. That'll work. I'll take that. And then I think the shove's still going to happen
Okay, that's fine.
because let's face it. Okay. Do I get my strength bonus on this or not? Because it's not really a strength
No,
bonus. Okay,
because
that's fine.
ooh,
Nice.
pretty good roll.
14.
Okay. All right, he will take that. And then now we're gonna do the shove thing, which means now you're making, I think, what do we say? A strength.
The shove is a strength action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it is.
So is that a strength proficiency check, right? Like a
So
post-strength roll?
no, it's a melee attack, is what it really is.
Okay.
So and let me. Okay. Right. Yeah. So strength. So this is going to be a contested roll. So you're going to make what is an athletics check if you have athletics. Otherwise, just strength.
I do.
Okay. So you're going to make
You
athletics.
would.
Actually, pretty damn high. 19.
Interesting. What's your base strength?
18.
He does not. You do not succeed.
I do not shove him. All right, that's fine. I
Yep.
still wanged him. That's fine by me.
Yep.
And then can I follow up with a second attack then?
Yeah, because you moved. Yes.
Okay. Then sword. And let's see if we can round this off with a nice natural 20.
Wow. All right. That's
So
solid.
that's going to be 12 points of damage, and he's blind for a minute.
Ah. All right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and he's blinded. He's blinded by the night. Wrapped up like a. Okay. So, I was very happy with myself. Okay.
It has been a while, so I got natural 20. That feels really good.
That's good stuff.
Feels really good.
Thank you that someone noticed the attempt.
I will correct. I'm not a knight, sir.
Yeah,
Just
I
let you
know.
know.
It's
I'm
good-
an aegis.
listen, I was
but
doing
it doesn't
it-
rhyme. I know.
I was making the fake thing for the rhyme.
I understand. I understand. And,
Merame-
and to make Brandon boo.
And to
Yes.
make Brandon boo. Merame is up.
All right.
That, just gonna say.
So, Ilarion just had a lot of fun, and I'm always cheering and hooting and hollering that on.
Okay.
So the guy in front of me looks pretty hurt, right?
He does look pretty hurt.
Let's see if we can just put him out of his misery.
Okay.
So
You can
I'm
do it.
going
This-
to stab him.
This
at
time it is not at
non-advantage.
advantage. Yep.
Oh,
14 is a miss.
No.
I am going to rally,
Okay.
and I'm going to try to stab again.
I thought that was an ability. My ability to rally. It's a. Okay. What do we got? 21. 21 will hit.
Perfect. So 10 points of piercing damage,
Okay.
which he's still standing.
He is still standing. He's
I will
still
follow up
standing.
with a defensive flourish.
Okay. Jeez.
God, why do my defensive flourishes hate me so?
You were rolling like me today. Damn.
I don't want to roll like you.
I don't either usually.
All right.
I did not say it was a good thing.
Defensive flourish is up with the extra point plus extra point of AC.
Woohoo!
Have you thanked the gods properly? To get your better rolls?
Yeah, because we made them earlier an offering of cookies and oh shit. Never mind.
Okay, so and that's it because you're staying engaged with him there. Okay.
Well,
Yes,
you still,
I'm
you still
gonna
have
stay.
you still have the +4 armor till the end of this turn. So
You do. Okay.
yes, yeah, but it goes
All
away at the end of the round.
He is
So
going to
hopefully
take
that will
3
help.
swings at you, but because of the muddled thoughts that we discussed previously,
Oh yeah.
he's going to be doing this at disadvantage. So we are
well,
looking at.
it's a D6 minus actually.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, regardless, an 11 wouldn't hit before I even did the d6. Okay, the second one. Okay. Again, 12 is not going to hit either. Before
And those
I
are
even
good.
get
Keep it up.
this.
Keep it. Good job. Good job, buddy.
All right, and then we
Doing great.
have, counting the -6, 17. Merame, is that 17 on you?
No,
Ah.
it doesn't hit.
Okay. So that's
Sorry, I
the
was
clean
distracted.
That's all right. I understand.
By my own
okay.
stupidity, just to be clear.
He's going to slide forward 5 feet, so he's disengaged. He's only moving forward. He's going to continue his attack on you, Rowan. He is singularly focused. Let's see. We're talking a 21, a 22, and a 12.
But he has them all at disadvantage because his armor is really damn.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
And he's blind.
I
I mean,
right,
he's like
he's
double
blind.
disadvantage.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
He should
Wait,
just curl over and die.
Just to recap, one is addled in the mind, and the other is blind and on fire.
Wait,
Pretty much. Yes.
He's being microwaved by his own armor. Yeah.
That's right.
Cool.
All right. So then that means that we're looking at, so let me redo that. So that means that we're looking at an 11 first time, and 18 is the second time. And the third time, as I mentioned, was whatever I said that last roll was, it was a miss. So basically, an 18 is the one that's closest to maybe hitting you, Rowan?
Yeah, that does hit. Does that hit me? Yeah, that does hit me.
It does hit you?
Hits.
Okay. So we're looking at... Man, do these guys hit hard. 25 points of damage.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they really hit hard. Okay. But...
So that puts me 31?
Yes, that's right. And the Muddled Thoughts now is past. And the...
Well, a minute is... How many turns is in a minute?
10. 10 6-second rounds.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and Rowan, you are now up. The guy to the north is exceedingly hurt. The one in front of you is pretty hurt.
Disengage first. And...
I like I get closer and closer to Tanton because Rowan's like back up 5 spell. He's like, nerd, nerd. Like the whole combat is shifting to the right side of the room.
Snipe the other one.
Okay.
I am gonna firebolt.
Okay.
You also owe a wild magic surge, don't you?
Oh yes, which we said.
I
was
owe
based
a
on
wild magic search after this spell. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We need Earth to make Earth, Wind, and Fire. That will definitely hit. You're doing it the northern guy, did you say? I'm sorry.
Southern.
Southern guy. Okay. Yep. Wow.
Nice.
Nice. Okay.
Damn. Jeez.
And 1d20 for wild magic. 20.
Oh, it had to be the opposite.
Okay. And yes.
This left and a step to the right. Okay. Good stuff. That is definitely hit. Are you moving anywhere? Oh, no, you can't. You already disengaged. Never mind.
Well, yes.
Never mind.
Yeah,
I asked that question. Okay. Torzun begins to, his hands begin to glow again. Tanton, you are up. And if we're going to go much longer than this, then I'll stop us in the middle of the combat because I made a promise and I swore it'd be the case. Although it may not matter because Jen keeps wanting to leave anyway.
I was going to say,
Just like it did.
Jen does not believe in you. And
You don't have to worry about anything, Greg. You
Well,
can just
no,
be
I don't
you.
want to see. Okay,
You've already got a reputation. Just accept it.
it's not my fault. Okay, Tanton, you're up.
Tanton is going to use his bonus action, because now it's his bonus action since the spell has already been cast, to do another 2d6. 2d6, or was it
8, 2d8.
2d8 points of fire damage.
Right. To the guy who's roasting to the north, right?
Right, but that's only 4 points.
All right. Still
And
doesn't like it.
then, yeah, I'm sure he doesn't. And then Tanton is going to shoot him twice,
Okay.
because he's being a doucheboy.
First
So,
attack.
He is a 16.
Miss.
Huh? There you go.
Ting.
Attack is a 6. No, it's a 20.
That will hit.
Non-natural. Okay.
I know the pictures are off, chat. Bear with us for a second.
13 points of piercing.
Okay, that strikes him, and he kind of staggers back a step. You get the sense that he's very, very hurt now. And you're going to stay, I assume, where you are.
Mm-hmm.
That means Spanner is up on this. other
Spanner
dude.
is going to move around to this side so that he is flanking.
Yep.
And he don't chomp this guy's butt again.
Okay. chomp the blind guy.
Oh, I rolled the last one as Spanner. Damn it. It's okay.
Oh, did you? Never mind. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I still clicked on Tangent's character sheet, but the chat record says that it was Spanner with cat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So, thank you. 18.
18 will.
No, 26. He said advantage. Sorry.
Oh yeah, they will
Yep,
hit. Yep.
yep.
Will definitely hit.
So, he's going to do 12 points of force damage.
Okay, which was to the southern guy, right?
Southern guy, yes.
Okay. Southern man takes that right in. Okay. Right. Okay. Lovely. Good work from Spanner. Nisiana conveniently has just arrived back. Nisiana, your turn. The northern guy is like wobbly, like very much right on the edge of death. The one in the south, less so.
I'm sorry. There's.
Right on the edge of death.
Oh, hold on. Muted.
The stream is, yeah.
Stop. Okay.
Shut up, Harv. Okay.
Right on the edge of death.
Sorry.
Today,
Sorry.
I consider myself.
I was trying to keep
Yes, man.
track of what was going on, and then I forgot which tab was not muted.
Yeah.
So the worst hurt one, I'm gonna Sacred Flame.
Okay.
How's that?
The north. I've got the south.
From the northern
Okay,
one.
north. North one, I Sacred Flame.
All right. Let's see if he makes that.
Flamey ball.
He sure doesn't make that. All right.
11 points of damage.
You strike him down in furious flames, and he falls down roaring and expires.
Great vengeance and flamey anger.
Yep. And expires. Okay. Good job, Nisiana. You're staying where you are still, I assume.
I am
give you
staying
a
where
thumbs
I
up.
am. I'm watching Tarzan because I don't completely trust him yet.
Okay.
And I'm keeping an eye on the Keeper because, yes, she is the divine chosen, but she's also 11 years old. So I'm
true.
kind of trying to keep a balance between she is the titular leader of this theocracy and she's 11 years old.
Yep. Makes sense to me. Alarian, good stuff. Alarian, you are up. Maramea is on deck. One remains.
Oh, yeah. All right. 2 attacks. Advantage. Let the swinging begin. I believe that 28 will hit.
That will indeed. Yep.
Points. Okay. Still up. One more. Come on, baby. Ah. I actually missed this one.
12 will miss. Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right, Maramea, come on and wrap it up.
So just 8 points on that.
Just the 8. I missed the second attack. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maramea is up then, and
I will come here. I cannot get into advantage, but I can get into stabby.
yes, you can.
I like stabby. Okay, so here and
Actually, wait. He's blinded, right?
Yes, he is.
oh, advantage it is. Thank you.
Alright.
Yep. Attack rolls have advantage. Yep.
Mhm.
Just double confirming. Yep. So
I mean, I wanted the double advantage, but you won't give it to us.
double
so fine.
advantage. Yeah. No.
Right?
Exactly.
There is no such thing.
Triple advantage.
Really advantage.
Yeah.
Advantage so hard.
Oh, jeez. And still 20. Good lord.
That,
20.
that will hit.
Okay, so and I'm going to follow it up with a defensive flourish.
All
And then I'll do
right.
my second attack. God damn you, defensive flourish. It's a 2! I'm working my way up, guys.
Hey, that is
You doubled your
100%
damage.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's true.
Exactly.
Let's see. All right, so exponential is going to be great. Okay, so that's total of 12 then on that attack.
Yeah, on that attack, yeah.
Alright.
And then we'll attack my second attack.
Yep.
Attack my second attack. And I will hit very hard
Yes.
with much spirit. 29 for
Okay.
10 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
In
Starting
the
to look-
eye.
Yeah. Oh, my eye! I'm already blinded.
I'm already blinded.
You
Why?
Well,
somehow
Dragon
like
told me I'm not supposed to get a sword in it.
you somehow short circuit the optic nerve, so he's now able to see again somehow.
Shit.
So,
Okay.
He is still up.
do all attacks against him have disadvantage or advantage while he's blind?
All. That's a good question.
Or is it just melee attack?
Let me double check. Actually.
Because if so, I still have 1 attack left to do. Because my 2 rolls from earlier would have been advantage. Would have been a regular roll and at advantage. The 16 and 20, the 20 hadn't hit.
Yeah, attack rolls in general, yes. So
Okay, so I still owe him 1 attack.
okay.
So think at advantage, which would be a 30,
Yeah, that'll certainly hit.
and that'll be another 12 points of pain.
Okay, still up, but very hurt. Okay, Maramay's attacks are all done, and I don't think Maramay's moving anywhere, I believe.
No, I'm good. I'm just kind of want to keep poking him with my sword.
I actually don't think the blind, for some reason, unless I'm misreading this, I don't think when he's blinded, hold on a second. Wait a moment. Yeah, no, his attack rolls have disadvantage too. Great. Okay. Lovely. All right.
Which they would anyway, because he's wearing boiling hot armor.
Yeah, that's true. No, doesn't that not continue? We said that doesn't continue after the first time. Remember, it's concentration, so now it's just you just keep damaging him every time, you know. Okay. Sure. I'm trying to wonder if he's going to... I don't even know if he's not going to walk forward anymore because he can't even see Rowan. He will probably swing at the person who hit him last. So he'll aim at Maramay, I suppose. 3 swings, all at disadvantage. The first one is an 11. That was terrible.
Nope.
Second one is a 12. That's
Nope.
also really bad. And the third one is a 16.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's not great. But he is going to puff out his chest a bit and look slightly more healthy than he did before.
I am going to start singing a song about how bad he is at this.
Okay.
So you know.
Well, Rowan's turn is up. It is Rowan's turn.
Aha, cool.
He's quite hurt. And blind and in hot armor.
Hot in the armor. Hot in the armor tonight.
Oh my god, what is that?
Do you not know the classic song Hot in the City? My friend. My brother.
I am a child, you know. I know very little about the world.
I'll send you the link to the song. I mean, it does go back a ways. Not gonna lie.
He starts singing far, and I'm hot-blooded. Check it and see.
Oh god.
Oh, it's hot armor. You gotta stay with the.
I've got some hit points of a number of 3.
These songs come out in the 80s.
Come on,
Yes.
Owen, you
Well,
can
they
do
didn't
more
confirm
than
or deny
that.
that.
Yes, it did.
Cool, grand. I will have you know these songs are older than I am.
Jeez, all right.
You did kind of ask for that.
I am going to firebolt again.
You're as cold as ice. All right, yes. Go ahead and firebolt again. Firebolt the person who's already hot armor. Is like, really? How about more hot?
Because what he needs more fire.
Oh.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Oh my
Kablam.
god.
All
Fighting
right.
the fire
Yeah.
with fire. Yes.
I literally go, please go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Go
And
to
I
sleep.
do
Go to sleep.
whatever the max damage is supposed to be.
2d8,
This
3d8.
is 3D.
That's your
This is
level.
10. So I guess
1d10. So
3D10.
3d10
It
because yeah.
increases with levels, yeah.
So 30 points of damage.
Plus,
Oh, more?
maybe, I don't know, I'm double checking.
I mean, I think this should wrap it. This
No,
gotta
it's
kick
just
him
30.
out.
It's just 30. It doesn't
Yep,
include
just
his...
30.
Yeah.
Would have if he had not done his little extra health thing, but is exceedingly hurt, wavering, but not quite dead.
Still okay.
Yep.
Please go to sleep. Please. This is not important anymore.
Rowan, you're staying where you... Now, he actually did not have to disengage this time. You could, therefore, move normally if you wish, Rowan.
No, I'm gonna stay.
Okay. Then, in that case, Torazin is again going to heal, and is going to heal you, Rowan, for 8 points. So it brings you to 39, I believe.
Yes.
You hear some more commotion outside and things slamming against the walls now. Not the walls of your room, but like outside you can feel the rooms shake slightly. And Tantin, you were up. Guy is horrifically hurt, as I mentioned.
Well, I think I'll just try to put him out of our misery.
Okay.
Well, actually, first I'll use my bonus action to
To damage him. Yeah, maybe you don't need to do that. Just burn them up.
2d6 fire damage. No, it's 2d8.
8.
Right?
Yep.
8.
God damn it.
Level 13. Level 13.
8 points of fire damage.
Not quite.
Oh my God. All right,
Unfortunately,
finish
I'm
him.
going to shoot it. And since he's blind,
Yes.
I have advantage.
Yes.
So, and I think just to add insult to injury,
Yeah.
further injury, I mean, or something like that, I'm going to include sharpshooter on this, which imposes a -5 to me, but I do an extra 10 points of damage if I still hit.
Okay. I love it.
So, that is 24. I believe that should have accounted for the -5.
Okay.
Uh,
Does it? That's fine if it did.
Well, if you take -5, that'd be a 19.
It would still hit.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
all right. So,
So,
that is 18 points of damage.
So strong is the hit that he goes flying back into the wall and then slumps down dead. And just at that moment, you hear a shriek right outside the room, like basically
course.
outside on the balcony. And Torazin steps forward and says, "We need to get out." And Jayla, who has been kind of mouth open, sort of, there is a route, a secret way that we can use to escape. There are catacombs behind my mansion right near here, the home, that lead beyond the temple walls. I can show you how if you can escort me there. And Torazin says, if you're going to do that, be aware that there are arrow slits along the upper walls. Magical flight would be perilous, and if you cross the garden on foot, you might want to stick close to the walls, or you would be open to whoever might wish to shoot at you.
Counterpoint. Can we not be shot?
And
He wants to teleport us, Nisiana says, to salvation.
Torazin shakes his head. There are magical wards on this place. No one can teleport in or out.
Of course there are.
And yet she managed to send in an illusion of herself.
Yeah, you could have told that to the ghost.
He sighs heavily. He's like, yes.
yeah, so
Okay.
we're walking.
More
I
shrieks
guess
outside.
that means we need to be prepared to at least get in one more fight before we get there. But if we're gonna start moving, we should do that now.
Okay.
Tanton just seems like he's still jittery. So he just goes ahead and just shoots the guy again. Just because I still have an attack.
Ting!
And,
Now the other eye. Ooh,
Yeah,
that
basically
reminds me, I will-
two bolts out of the two eyes.
Yeah, actually, I will load my heavy crossbow to be ready to go out. I can get a shot off.
Go ahead, Ron.
I want to speak to the Keeper of the Flame.
Okay.
I walk up very close to her, and I
Okay.
essentially say, now that you've seen the incredible cost that we incur simply for being known for holding the Oracle, I hope that is a good sign to you how trustworthy we are willing to extend ourselves to be, and how much we are willing to trust you in this moment, that we are all getting out of here together so we can continue having the conversation your friend doesn't want to have. And I'm pointing at Tarzan the entire time.
She nods and she says, after what I have just seen, it is clearer than ever that the threat is coming from within. And she says, lead on. If you can get me back safely, I will do what I can. We will have
Nisiana
peace.
basically points at Terrazon as well and says, stay at our side. You will not die. Just stay next to me and your
okay.
keeper.
And Torazin nods. And as he steps forward, and you hear more shrieks and the sound of metal crashing outside, we will bring our session to a close. Lovely. It's always, it's always these moments where you realize crap, this is for real again.
Yeah.
Great work in a small area fight against two super tough guys. And of course, we had before that some very good interactions with the keeper. I really enjoyed watching the sort of breakdown of how each of you were planning on this discussion and wanted to arrange it, so that because you are thinking a little bit about peace, even if, under normal circumstances, what's going on with Thrain, Brayland, and everything else. Like Rowan, I was thinking a little bit about what Rowan said about the idea of like, I'm from Salvation, so in the past I might have been like, yeah, whatever, go ahead and attack Brayland, sounds good to me. But like, I can't say that to you now. And again, the sort of larger, the greater good sort of thing has been kind of floating in the background for everybody, even when you're dealing with all of this stuff. And Stonefire, man, the call is coming from within the house in each of these cases. Going to be interesting to see how you folks deal with that going forward. I'll start as per usual with, as I switch back over. I'll start with the gentleman in the bottom right of the ziggurat. John, good work out of Valerian today. Again, some good stuff with the flanking. I liked several shoves. I enjoyed being able to, like flying battering ram, couple of major hits there. And then we had some role play as well, but here I noted more of combat stuff from Valerian because I know you were excited to get some better roles in there too. How'd you feel about today? Where will the folks find you next?
And some flight time. So expect more of that. Much more of that, sir. This, of course, was fun. Yes, great role playing, I think, with kind of not coerce, convince, persuade them to come to our side, which honestly, at this point, it's the only path any nation really has. Otherwise, what Valerian said, and that's kind of why I let everyone else go first, so I could formulate my thoughts. What Valerian said is what they absolutely believe. If these nations don't unite against this threat, we're all host. So yeah, this is great. Nice combination. Nice. I mean, we've done some role playing in the past, which has been great, but now it's nice to have. Well, okay, it's not nice that we had to kill these guys who, unfortunately, again, were under a spell by the Undying Court.
Yep.
Which, by the way, not that I was skimming this because I was looking up the nation to see what I would know about them, and it says that supposedly the Undying Court are undead powered by positive energy, and so far they haven't really been shown to be very positive.
That is correct. And
just saying,
you can be positive and still be an asshole.
This is true.
Listen, I'm taking this from you from joy. This is all joy that's motivating. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I had joy in making that guy a paste on the wall. That was fun.
I'll bet you did.
This is great. I only wish we could play again this month, but alas, other things have taken up our time, including Gen Con at the end of the month. So that's where I and a bunch of us will be, which would be great to get everyone together and sit down and have some fun and chat and talk shop and, panels and all sorts of stuff. Gen Con is always a good time, and this one will be no different. So that is where people can find me. So if anyone, I know several fans pop into Gen Con. Hopefully, Catalyst has our usual big booth at 1611. So come find us. We are actually, first time, we've been going to Gen Con forever. We are actually on the map, as in Catalyst is on the freaking map for the first year ever. It's unreal. Yeah,
very exciting.
I don't know. I'm not going to say how much money we thrown at them for sponsors, because we sponsored the con along with other people. And finally they said, oh yeah, we should put your logo on the map. Like, thanks. Only been asking for like a decade. Anyways, it's going to be a lot of fun. So show up there, and I guess we will do this again next month.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. Always a pleasure. Good work today. Jen, good work from Nisiana, obviously, in terms of healing, as one might expect. I also liked the continual, watching tours and the first round is so funny to me because everyone's like, state your intentions, like 65 held actions in every direction for like, what are you planning? And in your case, you found that Torzen did not apparently betray you, at least not yet. No, did not betray you here. And of course, Nisiana also had some good role play that had to happen with the keeper from the very beginning about why it is that you need to. I was thinking of Elrond and the you must unite or you must fall or you will fall. That sort of behavior with Nisiana, and someone who also religious, though of a different religion, would understand a little bit where this, as you say, 11-year-old girl, albeit quite mature, is coming from. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, beyond the constant bouncing, because apparently Zoom has now decided I need to update. It was good. I enjoyed actually watching Rowan and Ilarion basically be like, unite or fall.
Yeah.
And that's I'm like, well, we are diplomats, sort of, but you know what? sometimes we need to be straight about things. So my scandalous was actually, I think, held for Mia Tantan at one point. I was like, oh, Tantan. Otherwise, I will be online or at Gen Con. Online, I have jenniferbrozek.com, brand new website. I'm so excited. Yes,
Yay.
there's still a little fit and finish to be done after 22 years of hand coding my website. I hired a web developer who was terrifyingly efficient and competent to get it done. So I really liked it. Otherwise, if you want to find me on social media, I'm most active on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. And I will be at Gen Con in the Writer Symposium teaching 3 workshops and doing a bunch of panels and signing at Cat Labs on Friday and Saturday. So you can come get my newly award nominated Shadowrun Auditions signed. And I'm actually really excited to see everybody again in person because I just love having the in-person conversations. So come up and say hello, and that will be really nice. So online or at Gen Con.
Very nice. Looking forward to it, Jen. Thank you. Always a pleasure. Good stuff, Brandon, again, from Rowan as well. I absolutely adored combat-wise you burned like 1 billion sorcery points so that you could be like twinned fireballs, but also shaped around people. I was just like, this image of just like being outlined in fire was great. And obviously was effective as you kept backing up spell. But also I really appreciated in the roleplay section of this, I already mentioned this, the salvation perspective about I'm not some kind of like yes man who's going to be like the king's man no matter what. Like this is me telling you that from salvation, normally I'd be like, yeah, whatever, destroy everybody, but this is bigger than that, and you need to be better than that, therefore. And so you need to think about these things more broadly, since all of you are beginning to look at the Oracle as like, it's just this like, why do we have to carry around this tactical nuke in 1300, which is sort of like, to me, the equivalent of what this would look like. And that was really interesting to me to see you remember the King Citadel, but also the outsider's perspective on, I'm not necessarily a Braylon loyalist. I'm just I don't want the world destroyed loyalist, ultimately.
Yeah.
And so there's that. So how did you feel? So I loved all of that. How did you feel about today's session, Brandon? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So today's session was actually really neat. I feel like I keep discovering new layers of Rowan, and I felt in that moment like the thing that I had discovered is, yes, Rowan obviously feels some type of way about Braylon's status in the world overall, and how overwhelmingly power hungry and violent territories can be in general. And I'm like, yes, this is true. How about I told you that's true for all of you now?
Yeah.
And suffice it to say that we live in a present historical moment where you wish that more people would be aware of that in general. So I guess I was channeling that as well. But yeah, that was I was pleased that I got a moment where I could be like, yes, I get it. This is you have your feelings about Braylon, obviously. Would you rather defeat Braylon and then not exist, or exist for a little bit and be Braylon's friend? So we'll see where that goes. I really want to shoot this guy in the forehead. So yeah, that was fun. Also, I didn't die. Another combat in which I didn't.
That's true. This is going to be a habit of you not dying in these combats.
Don't worry, we got it next time.
We still have to leave this room, obviously. I was literally gonna end the scene by going, okay, so we're all in agreement. Question: how does everyone feel about just going out this window instead of walking into the hallway? So we'll see how that goes when we gather together. But for me, I have been your humble weirdo with a gun, Rowan Shallow, otherwise known as Brandon O'Brien. You will see me next 2 Thursdays from now at Gen Con. That's
Mhm.
going to be fun. If you're going to be at Gen Con, wear your mask. If you're going to be at Gen Con, wear your mask. If you're going to be at Gen Con, wear your mask. But please be at Gen Con, because I will be doing Grey Shade things. This is the first year at Gen Con that I'm doing my own workshop. I'm doing a workshop on speculative poetry, and there is still room. So if you've ever wanted to write a speculative poem or just hear some folks read, because we're also doing a speculative poetry open mic that will also have CSE Cooney. So that's going to be rad as well. And Linda Addison. Let me not forget, Linda Addison will also be there. That's
Yeah.
also going to be rad. So definitely check out the open mic as well. I'm hoping that at some point we get to run a Grey Shade game. I am working on a personnel project that I'm also hoping that we may be able to workshop if it is done by the time I get to Gen Con. So if you meet me with a stack of index cards and I tell you I want to go on a date with you, please say yes. But yeah, Gen Con's going to be fun. And then 2 weeks, well, the week after that, I'm going to be at Glasgow virtually. Sadly, I'm not going to be attending physically. But hopefully I get to still be on some hybrid programming, because a lot of very outstanding Trini writers will also be there. Susan Palumbo and RSA Garcia are going to be at Glasgow. So if you are going to be at Glasgow, go on every panel. Please attend every panel that they're going to be on, because they're going to be rad. And then the week after that, I'm going to be at Necronomicon in Providence, Rhode Island, as this year's poet laureate. So if you're going to be in New England, we could do that as well. So yeah, I'm very busy in August. So if you see me in the wild, please say hi and greet me with a sealed can of Monster Energy drink. And you can help me live while doing those things by supporting me on Ko-fi or buying my game, The God of Spite and Violence, which is still available on Ko-fi and is now available on itch.io if you are ever in the mood to essentially be John Wick. So yeah, that's me, I think.
Good stuff, Brandon, on all counts. Yeah, the reason Brandon and I can't hang out when he's in New England is because I'm going to be at Glasgow, not virtually. I'm going to be there in person. So I participating in things. So I cannot. Sadly, I cannot be there for that. But I will, of course, see you at Gen Con. So thanks. I've called you Rowan almost. Thank you, Brandon. Always a pleasure. And I'm looking forward. I can't wait for the Grey Shade stuff, you folks. It's going to be so awesome. I'm super pumped up for that. Always a pleasure, Brandon. Marie, lovely stuff today again from Merime. Even if the defensive flourishes were kind of defensive flops. No, I'm just kidding. I just was just kidding. No, but
they were defensive pokes.
Yeah, defensive pokes. Well, it's funny because you took so much damage in the initial strikes that I was like, whoa, okay, and you did take a lot of damage despite all of it. But you obviously brought your usual combat flair to bear. And I also liked in the role-playing section the fact that there was a sort of, obviously, as we know, Merime would be better suited to understand what a vision looks like more than probably anybody else in the party. And so getting to hear a bit of that back from Jayla, I thought was interesting, that interaction between the two of you. And we're going to see what the impact of that might be down the line if you can keep Jayla alive and get the hell out of this call is coming from within the house situation. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a blast today's session. It was fun watching all the RP at the beginning as well, and everybody kind of like, putting down a good argument for peace, which is just lovely.
Yep.
Enjoyed that, and I enjoyed the combat as well. Now, and then I'm in my head, I'm like, ooh, so those were two guys, and they were not super easy, and now we know there's other Stonefire people, and we don't know how many of those guys there are. So anyways, so that should be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing where this leads next time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to, I took notes down on division, so I'm going to be thinking about that. Thinking about it hard.
Yeah.
Not that hard. But yeah, so that was interesting. So I enjoyed that. Thank you very much. And next, I will be at Gen Con. Yay!
Yay! Much rejoicing.
Yay! I missed it last year because my mother was very sick. So this year, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it.
Stomach flu.
I'm gonna make it.
Yeah.
Right, come on, gotta make it. So I'm very excited about that, and then in early September, first weekend of September, I'm going to be at Ottawa Comic Con, which I'm very excited about. I've never actually tabled at Ottawa Comic Con, so everybody come say hi. It will be fun. Yay!
Good stuff. Thanks, Marie. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, Tren, good stuff today out of Tanton on multiple levels. Some very good RP, I thought, from Tanton about dealing with the, here's what the Oracle actually does. Here's what happens if you don't get your crap together. Side note, has there ever been a council in any game that we are aware of that wasn't a pain in the ass to deal with on some level? Either because they don't believe the protagonist when they're like, but the thing is coming, and they're like, no, it's not coming. Or because like half of them are corrupt or whatever. Something about councils, I don't know. Even more than like, circle, advisory circles or whatever. Something about councils. Anyway, so there was that. But then also the sense that Tanton had about, here's what I know about what these things can do if you don't pay attention to them, if you don't know what they are. And then when combat started, of course, I was really loving this sort of give me a reason thing. And everyone, you were the first one of these 60 million held actions, as I said, to sort of announce that that's what you were going to do. And that was just really cracking me up about where everything goes off at what time. The if-then sequences were, programming sequences were epic. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next? Oh, also good work with the heat metal too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's odd that pretty much all of my characters get involved with some kind of a council and hate them immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Even in our games, yeah.
But for today, it also seems insane. I'm surprised that no one has ever thought to have a story where a child is some religious leader who seems wise beyond their years. It's just crazy that no one else has ever thought to do that.
No one's ever considered that in the least. With sort of a cloaked figure to take care of them, and
it's just whatever. I mean, capitalize on the original thought when you can.
Absolutely. Appreciate.
But anyway, I thought today was a lot of fun. It's always a blast to do this thing, and I'm honestly, part of me is really, really, really hoping that what's that guy's name?
Torsen?
Rowan, thank you. It's I could have just read it. It's written on the monitor right there, but I decided to look past it to do the Brady Bunch thing that I always do, where I look at the person who's in the square next to me. Whatever. So yes, Rowan, he's going to be like, all right, we're out of here, and teleports us back to Salvation, and as we disappeared, be like, wait, the Oracle, and boom, we're gone. And I just, oh my god, I want that to happen so bad.
And Alar's like,
I'm gonna be real.
You did what?
I'm gonna be perfectly real with you. I forgot, and then I can't remember what you said.
Erbe was yelling, the Oracle, the Oracle.
Mm-hmm. And then I was like, oh right, an object. If an object needs to be teleported, it's the only thing that can go. So yeah, a part of me was briefly gonna go, that would be funny, wouldn't it? But then no, it would also be in poor form overall. It would be the perfect losing state for the entire show. So let's not do that.
It would be fine for the next 7 hours. And then the stealth thing would wear off and the Oracle would appear where we left it. And so we would have that long to get back here,
right?
And pick it up and then leave it. So yeah, it'd be fine. I'm sure it's fine. None of us should ever say the word Stonefire ever, because
Beetlejuice. But that's how we uncover everybody. Just say it. There you go.
Plot twist. I prepare a wall of fire. Ask all the elves that we ever meet ever from this point onwards to stand in a straight line, say Stonefire, and then just nuke them.
Right, and just do this thing where you have a chance to bring it up. You're just like, one thing that I really enjoy a lot, it's a soup that's made with a special kind of stone fire. Just wait to see if they flip out or.
I just think Rowan needs to get wall of stone, and then stone and fire, and there you go. Just put them between that, and you're all good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Perfect. But where will people see Nick? I don't know. Probably back here. Yeah, I imagine. I don't think I'm doing anything else. Not visibly, like online, doing anything else. My friends who have their annual camping trip out to the mountains off to the between here and whatever state is off to the east of us. Utah, no.
Nevada?
Thank you. I'll go with that one. That's fine.
It is the one
There-
that borders you the most, technically. So, you know.
I don't go over there. Anyway, so anyway, it's just north of Yosemite National Park, and we used to go there every year. And they're like, "Hey, we're going camping. We haven't seen you there for a long time. We'd really love to be able to see you there again." I'm like, "When are you going?" And they're like, "Next weekend." I'm like, "No, you gotta give me more time than that." But we miss you. I don't care. You have to give me more time than that. Anyway, which Jen kind of asked if I had mentioned this before the thing, so I'll give a much more detailed thing about this now. I am currently running a fundraiser to raise money for a proper enclosed vocal booth, which I will set up at the other end of the house, so that my housemate and I don't the noises that we make don't conflict with each other. And like the lawn care group that we had come out, I think this Friday morning, right outside my window, just anyway. And then the crickets have started up again, so that's great. And the trains are running from midnight to 4 in the morning. Right, so fundraiser. And we're currently at about $3,300. We're aiming for 10,000, even though it's going to be about 11. But I'll find more funding other places, and I want to make everybody do everything. But what we were talking about is, if you one of the things that I will do is, if you make a donation, I will make up to a 30-second recording for you. If, for example, you are a streamer and you want an audio clip for one of your redeems or something, so that when people come in and they raid and you want them to have a fireball off a sound clip of saying, "Oh no, they're all over my face," or something, or maybe
I want some streamer to pick that up for that exact intonation.
You want something for your phone that just screams "repent." No, that was the Great Trade Kickstarter, which was just hysterical. Repent.
No, but you could do revenge.
Oh, that's true. It could do revenge. So basically, I reserve the right to veto if what you're asking me to record is something I'm not comfortable with. For example, endorsing any political party of any kind, or you want me to make racist comments. Fuck you. No, I'm not gonna do that. Just religious stuff. No. If you have an idea, you come up with something that you want me to record for you, up to 30 seconds. And, if it's cool, I will absolutely do it. All you have to do is do it. And here's the link to the thing that I just talked about.
There's the GoFundMe.
Yay.
One booth to rule them all.
Yeah, I figured I should do something clever. And then after I hit live, I'm like, I shouldn't have done something clever.
That was like, and in the darkness bind them. I think it's fine. So thank you, Trent. Good stuff. And yes, everyone should support that if they can. More good audio from Trent is always a good
And
thing.
if you can't donate, tell people about it.
Yeah, spread the word. Exactly. Wonderful work as always from the Infinity and Beyond crew. I will see most of you, although not Trent, but I'll see most of you at Gen Con. And for chat, you will see most of these folks maybe late in August, but if not, we'll be back in September, because I'm going to be traveling a lot as well. I'm going to be all over the place. But then we will be back in September, and we'll be back to a regular schedule as we move towards closing down. We have more of Stonefire, obviously, but then moving towards closing down Season 4 and getting ready for Season 5 of Oracle of War, if they all survive. Yes, Brandon.
But Greg, what are all of the travel things that you will be doing in August?
Oh, well, I didn't want to keep everyone on while I was saying that, but I'll say it quickly. I am going to be going to, first of all, I'm going to be at BlackRock Books doing a special pre-release event for Heretic, my third and final novel in the Grey Assassin trilogy. That's in Bridgeport, Connecticut. That's on Sunday, the 30th. Then, the 28th, I beg your pardon. Then the following week, I will be at Gen Con, as we've all talked about, as part of the Writers' Symposium, doing tons of panels. Well, also got workshops. Excuse me, I've got a couple of signings, one with Emily Bell and one with Ed Greenwood. And I will also be doing a D&D with writers, within which Brandon is participating, which is going to be the final of my next trilogy of Forbidden Library Adventures. Then I will be, after that, in Glasgow, and I will be in Glasgow doing Worldcon, and then my family and I will be hanging out and exploring a little bit of England, and then we will be doing a special D&D event with my Buy the Dice Roll D&D group, mostly, actually, almost all non-American and mostly European, that are going to be all doing a show at the Omnibus Theater in Clapham, a former Victorian library, and that is going to be happening on Saturday, August 17th. And if you go to buythediceroll.com, you can actually get tickets for it. I know we have a number of tickets that people have bought already, so that's really cool. And then I'll be back, and I'll be talking a lot about the Gray Shade tabletop role-playing game and all that stuff as we finish up summer and move into fall. Thank you for asking. But that is going to do it for me for now. Most of all, for these lovely people for the moment. So can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew? Thank you again to Trent Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to Brandon O'Brien, to Jennifer Brozick, and to John Helfers. Great work, everybody, and I will see you folks soon. Bye for now.
Bye, everybody.
All right. And that is going to do it for all of us as well. I will be back here again on Tuesday, and I'll be back on Tuesday with some Beowulf Oracle of War. That is the plan. No, not Beowulf Oracle of War. Beowulf Age of Heroes. It would be funny if it was Beowulf Oracle of War. You have to fight Grendel again. Oh, no, I don't know. No, Beowulf Age of Heroes, as Horror at Harrogate continues with the amazing Tari tunes. And then I'll be playing with that aforementioned By the Dice Roll group over on GOG.com's Twitch channel, and that'll be that Tuesday. That'll also be probably the last Pen and Pixels, which is my GOG show, for a while, at least for probably 3 weeks because of all of the various travel that I'm doing. So that'll be it for a bit. But of course, you'll see By the Dice Roll live if you get the opportunity to see that. So that will be super cool. And then Thursday of next week, I've got more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and the following Saturday, more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as well, as I try to wrap up that game before I head off to England. So that is going to be my plan, Stan. So yes, if you liked what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord, ! Oh, and thank you for those of you who watched me over on YouTube channel as well. Please spread the word about that channel. Please subscribe. Again, we're up to a record number of subscribers, continuing to push forward. We have a lot of shorts thanks to Live Suing's shorts work. So we're doing a lot of that, and I would love to see more of you folks doing that kind of thing. That would be awesome if you could do that. So that is !ArvTube for that. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website, arvanelaron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's the merchandise area where you can also get Infinity and Beyond merchandise, which I normally wear, although I didn't today. I'm wearing my Cameroon jersey today. !ArvTrayon. That's the Patreon sitting right there. Really is the financial backbone of the channel. Gets good stuff for you as well. Cool stuff that you can't get anywhere else on the channel, and also inspirations to help our players, which we had a chance to use today where Tren gave one of those inspirations. You can also sub to the channel, which is really useful. That gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. Tren was nice enough to resub today. That also gets you, in addition to the possibility of inspirations for the players, depending on the tier that you support at, you also get the custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. So that's a big deal as well. And again, that really helps, so thank you. On the publishing side, Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library, that's my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Grayshade, that is my Grayshade universe, Grayshade and Renegade, first 2 books in the Grey Assassin trilogy, critically acclaimed, award-winning, available now. You can get those at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Tren Sparks. Tren was just talking about his audio work in the GoFundMe. You can get that audiobook of Grayshade at that that link as well. It's awesome. You can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Grey Shade from Brandon O'Brien and Alligator Alley Entertainment coming out at the end of the year. Also awesome. Very excited about that. And you can pre-order the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy called Heretic. That again will be out a week from this Tuesday, and I will be doing a special pre-release event at BlackRock Books on Sunday. So basically a week from tomorrow is going to be when you're going to be able to see that at Bridgeport, Connecticut. So hopefully folks will be able to pre-order that as well, because as Prince Justin says, pre-orders are love, pre-orders are life. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in the future as well. I think we will do a raid because it's not horrifically late. We'll do this quick. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. Or if you are a sub, you can do this. The Arvanauts have landed. You've got Arvany Hype, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys when you are brought over automatically to the person that we are going to raid. Please do go on the raid, and then you can head off to wherever you need to go, including to bed. But it helps us, helps the channel that we go raid, so please do that if you can. Thank you to all of my wonderful viewers today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragon Spear, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, The Rising Tides. Thank you so much to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Prince Justin, Triffid, Rising Tides, Nonstop, and Trending. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to, thank you to Gon Eden. Thank you to Gluz. Thank you to Jagtress, to Live Suing, Mrs. Dunsel, Radio Johnny, Panda, and Ribbons. And special thanks today to my wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew. Thank you again to Trend. Thank you to Marie. Thank you to Brandon. Thank you to Jen. And thank you to John for being awesome. I will see you lovely folks on Tuesday. Have a good Sunday and Monday. I'll see you folks on Tuesday for Beowulf Age of Heroes, and then for Ghosts of Saltmarsh, and more of this campaign that you just saw, possibly late next month. And if not, then we'll be back to our regular 2 sessions in September. That's it for me. I'll see you folks in a couple of days. Until then, everyone be good to each other, and bye for now. Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Irulan Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation.